on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS. All right. So, with that, good morning, everyone. It is that time again, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it is. Weeklies. It's NWR Weeklies Galore. Today, but today is also something else. It is also our spring half of the Alert Ready weeklies as well. Blue Earth, New Hampshire. Ooh, that's it. That's actually everything. And what about here? That's WJS. Now, by the way, you won't believe it, but they tried to do the Fox News segment. They failed. They didn't even get to the Fox News segment at all, and they just went straight to the local news. And then, of course, they just went on with their weekly as usual. So that's why it happened a bit earlier than it normally does. So I got some Coxes to go back on here. All right. Was it updating? Is that why it took forever to load? Oh, okay. There we go. All right. Yeah, just finishing up this video of Max the Cockatoo, and he also gave a reason why there wasn't one yesterday. Unfortunately, he's sick. He was sick, so he wasn't able to make one yesterday, but it was all right. Um, I was able to live with it. Oh, there we go. Why is it going slow?
Introducing our cutting-edge Smart Zoom reading glasses.
And the next one. Yeah, it's Macho. And that is today's word. So, yep, it'll be the last NWR Weekly he'll be getting while he's in Florida. Because after that, he will be. Two news stations are leaving now.
Sad news. Regarding WPPY and WGET. So we're gonna go down to So there's WGET right there. We all know that they did Christmas music, right? And there's WPPY right there. So we all know they did Christmas music, both of them. And we all know they simulcast WHBR basically. But unfortunately, I hate to say, WPPY and WGET are leaving. Yes, it does include the AM side of WGET also. So there you have it. That includes the AM side of WGET. Foundation, WGET and WPPY have been sold to Educational Media Foundation.
So, yep, it seems like two more stations are going to be getting the same fate as WROZ back in 2018. So two different two stations. I don't know how many there are, but those are the two that we know of now that are those two, WGT and WPPY. Those have those have been sold to the EMF people. You know the you remember earlier at the beginning of the year we had a lot of Salem stations get sold to the Educational Foundation, and as such, 95.5 The Fish um, was retired, but of course K Love took its place, and of course you'll still get there. And of course, everybody's still going to get their they're still going to get their Christian music because that's what K Love typically does. So they of course still bring in the same kind of content that 95.5 The Fish did, except they're just gonna learn except they're learning new faces to those who have not heard of K-Love yet or have not listened to any K-Love in the Cleveland area, if there were any at the time. But then again, and if we look at the SPC outlook, wow, they actually downgraded that slight. Dang, wow, I am impressed. Okay, and if I pull NPAS tests up here and go to their alert ready test schedule, I actually had the time incorrectly set for Newfoundland and Labrador. It is set for 10:45 a.m. in their time zone. And as you can see, it is currently 10:42 over there. So we are less than 3 minutes away. I have a few stations in mind already ready to go. So I'll probably just pull up a bunch of stations on the PC when we're done with Comcast, and then I'll just let them all go, and then I'll just pick the one that's relaying. I think that's a good strategy, but we're going to try that for the first few clusters. But then, of course, we will of course see how this plays out throughout the day. Anyway, Route Colorado. And Lafouche, Louisiana. Oh, that's right. They're in Marginal today. I'll take care of Lafouche while we're there. You know, while we're on the PC. Okay. Anyway, let's get ready for this. If we go to streams here, so we're on Newfoundland. Let's see if I can listen to them directly. Some of these I can't even listen to um, directly, but it's alright. So, since we're just about a minute away, I'm gonna go ahead and get the. So I'm gonna go through all the stations on this list. Oh, there we go. So that is CBC. So where is the player? There we go. So my iPhone is going to play CBC, CBC Radio 1, CKSJ, and then here this will play some of the independent ones. So here's one of them. Seems like a lot of things have changed. Yeah, it seems like a lot of things have changed since.
Operations early this morning in Pakistan, Kashmir. A major escalation between two nuclear groups is underway. The Indian government says it launched the attack on Iranian sites in Pakistan and Pakistan administered Kashmir in retaliation for a militant attack that killed at least 26 people, mostly tourists in India. Kashmir on the 22nd of April. Pakistan says today's attack killed more than 24 people, including a child. Leadership journalist, CBC's observation correspondent, she's in Iran. The language is story is precision attacks. Language that's been
Strikes lasted more than 20 minutes. Explosions that hit 9 locations inside Pakistan and in order to quickly alert that Pakistan controls the regions of risk contested both the government's deployment and so the age linked to harassment. Let's start with the approach that India uses to describe these strikes. India is calling them targeted. The focus is what deadly calls gas or mountains trade, and Indian officials say that they actually have restraint here.
Maybe we should have tried their music channel. Uh, okay. Okay. Let me pull up the Elkhart Rocam. Now, I did see one final reply come up, but I'm going to actually wait until a better one. Wait until a better one comes up before I do anything else with that. So, anyway then. So yeah, last night was quite interesting. As like I just said, every single Verizon cluster actually ended up testing in the same night, which I think is just I don't know what to say. It's just unbelievable. So, here's the order of oh crap, did I miss that one? Well, let's go back on it. But anyway, here's the order of how it all went. Well, I'll go back on this. Right, here's the order of how it all went. First was VHO 6, then VHO 14, because we were still on the air when that happened. Then VHO 11, not too long after we signed off. So then, so then, so then VHO 11. Yeah. So then 11, then 15, then 4, then 5, and then 8. And 8 actually came just minutes before I went to bed. So every single Horizon is now officially done. And I love the sound of that. I love that. So, with Verizon now in the book, well, actually almost in the books, we still have one more cluster. And that's CHO9, who's going to go tonight. And then after they go, that will be it. Now let me pull up that list again so I can see what clusters are. So, not off to a good start already. We're off to a terrible start. We missed, one failed. So, New Brunswick is up next. But I'll have to.
The other damn station out there. So they're going to become Caleb soon. So yes.
So, you already know. So, WGT is owned by Forever Media. PPY is owned by Hall Communications. Radio news. Damn, this page has not been updated. I mean, I would like to hear, I would like to hear the full story about those two stations being sold to EMF. I want to see if anyone finds the full story about it, send it my way. I'd be more than happy to take a look. See what it's about, and maybe get some more information. Anyway, let's get to editing. Let's see. Do we want to include the anthem here? Can't they just pick a different one other than that? I mean, they have so many in their... I mean, they got so many anthems in their lineup. Oh crap! I think the heck happened? Well, the signal went blank, so here we go.
This is WSPC Albemarle. Emergency alert system.
And that's already it for that. So now I'll just go ahead and throw in the... Oh, wait a minute. There's a specific order I usually do it. Right, because Comcast then is up next. Picture. Yeah, that's fine. Because I would be more than happy to see your experiences heading back home. Heading back home from Florida. Oh wait, that's Central Time. We're going by Central Time here. Clark, Nevada was at 6:11. So that would mean these two.
WPPY and WGT are going to be Caleb soon. Like seriously, I'm gonna say this right now. Central PA Radio is going dead, and literally, it's going dead. I don't understand it. Why is it? Why is Central PA Radio going dead? Like we already have WROZ, which is the Air One format.
Yeah, which is Air One now.
The Caleb in the York market. Like why? I don't get it.
I think it's.
Unfortunately,
Well, maybe it's because a lot of these stations are struggle are.
Announced, I think, a week ago almost, or a little bit more than a week ago, that they are Forever Media sold the stations to Educational Media Foundation. So unfortunately, we're gonna have yet more K-Love stations.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, this is the stark reality of modern day. It's unfortunately the stark reality of modern day radio now. I mean, now it's just. I mean, I mean, it's EMF who's who's erasing the stations that we, the radio stations that we used to enjoy. When we were, when we were younger. But as I said, this is unfortunately becoming the stark reality of the modern day radio here in the U.S. And yeah, unfortunately, it's a pretty sad story. But yep, he'll be back in Chicagoland for next week's tests. So I'll just go ahead and throw the rest of them in, and I will piece the rest of it together right then and there. Yeah, such a shame what the radio landscape is becoming now. I feel like if this keeps, I feel like if this keeps going, which I'm pretty sure it is, then I have a feeling EMF is just going to be everywhere. It's just going to be everywhere in every single part of the country. It doesn't matter, like Chicago, Cleveland. All those places, for example, you're just gonna get nothing but K-Love or Air One or anything like that. But yeah, as I just said, it's unfortunately the stark reality of modern day radio. It pretty much is never going to be the same again. But then furthermore, there's just everybody that is moving on from even listening to the radio for their music. Yeah, but then there are some people, no, not just some people, there's lots of people, lots and lots of people who are moving on from, even listening from not from even listening to traditional radio to now listening to online streaming like Spotify or Apple Music or Pandora or or streaming services of that nature. But somewhere in that ballpark. And like me, for example, I've moved on from, even listening to traditional radio years ago. And I haven't even listened to the traditional radio on a regular basis anymore. Well, I was for a brief time when you know, when I was doing, when I decided to be the burden and okay, it looks like USH might have failed on my part. So we're going to connect back to the computer. Now we're going to do this quickly because the Wisconsin Monthly is coming up next. So we got to go fast. There we go. Close that. But yeah, like I was saying, lots of people, including myself, have pretty much moved on, as I said, moved on from traditional radio because now, we all now enjoy our, modern day on because now we've had online streaming, we've had music streaming services for years. Yeah, we've had services like that, like those, for years. Yes, literally for years. I mean, we've had Spotify, we have Spotify, Pandora, YouTube Music, Apple Music. I mean, all these all these streaming services, and that's probably the reason why some of these radio stations, are not doing well financially, and that's why EMF is getting rid of a lot of these radio stations, and yeah, that's why EMF is getting rid of a lot of them. Yeah, that's why EMF is getting rid of a lot of them. Is it time for another auto? Yeah, it looks like so. Close all of these. MBS.
Skeens got saddled with the loss, and Pittsburgh is going to try and salvage the series.
Oh yeah. So
The start of the day opposite Sonny Gray. And the story that broke this morning, the big news out of Steeler Nation is that the Steelers are reportedly trading wide receiver George Pickens to the Dallas Cowboys. Now checking out your weather forecast.
he has an automated test.
Becoming partly cloudy skies this afternoon. High going to be 73. Partly cloudy skies for tonight. Low's going to be 52. And for tomorrow, it's going to be mainly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. So there goes the rain again with a high of 74. So let's enjoy today while we have it. 55 degrees and cloudy right now. And that weather watch made possible by UPS. UPS is hiring seasonal and part-time workers. Apply online at upsjobs.com/shift. upsjobs.com/shift.
So
Sammy, Ashley, and Jim Detweiler at Irby's Riverside Ford today.
You've been told there is nothing that can be done for your neuropathy. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that's not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Bill from Mars. Bill's neuropathy got so bad he couldn't sleep due to the pain and was losing his balance, causing him to have frequent falls. Then Bill found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Bill's neuropathy, and now he's sleeping through the night, can feel his feet again, and has no more pain. Listen to Bill's complete story at marydanston.com. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bill, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Stand by. We got the letters in this week's Name It and Claim It Scrambled Word Game coming up in just a moment. But first, this is a test of the Pennsylvania Emergency Alert System. This is only a test. This is a required weekly test of the Emergency Alert System. This is only a test. This is a required weekly test of the Emergency Alert System. This is only a test. This is a test of the Pennsylvania Emergency Alert System. The broadcasters and cable operators of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the Federal Communications Commission and other agencies, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. This agency serves the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the County of Fayette. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been given emergency information or instructions. This concludes this test of the Pennsylvania Emergency Alert System.
All right.
Who's tested?
That was WMBS.
I thought you were doing a monthly store.
Well, that's actually an automated test. We've confirmed that a few months ago, in fact. Anyway, let me get back to what I was saying earlier about the new video that Southern PAWX made. I was saying that WGT and WPPY, GT is owned by Forever Media and PPY is owned by Hall Communications. Both of them have actually been sold to the Educational Media Foundation, and one of them is going to become a K-Love. Or Air One, in other words. Yeah, Air One. I mean, there's already an Air One in Harrisburg. I mean, WROZ, but now it's under a whole new call sign.
Being K-Love.
Yeah, because I've talked earlier about how EMF has been ripping apart these classic radio stations that a lot of us have enjoyed over the years. I mean, like for example, Jackson, Mississippi is doing their upgrades, and Mount Holly will be doing theirs next week. I have not been following up. Well, I have not been. The only um latest information on the Hillsborough outage has been seeking alternative to has identified a potential broadcast tower. So they've identified a potential new tower location. Yeah. And while the,
There's a station that would want to be in place before the light is gone. I believe it's for if my calculations were correct, it's the WNT 734.
that's Hawk Point. We've had
Wait,
that.
what?
That's 734. That's Hawk Point.
No, it's 728.
Oh,
This flight is on. G734 because because I know, but the reason why I said it is because they have this test station called WWF Story.
or do you mean WNG 736 out of Washington D.C.? Yeah, they're gonna be relocating the antenna because the tower where that current antenna is on, that tower is going to be demolished. Or something like that. Anyway, the Wisconsin Monthly is about to happen. Yep, and of course this month it's NWR, so I've got all of those stations ready. They're in my monitors too. Oh, this is gonna be crazy. And then there's also a new supposedly I think there's a new automated test too out of California. We're gonna confirm that. We're gonna confirm that later as well. KMET. I have it in my monitors and we'll see if they go later. It's supposedly it's 9:10 a.m. Central Time, and here goes Wisconsin. Here they all go.
This is a test of the Southeast South Central Wisconsin Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system will bring you important information. This test is now completed.
That's
I think Janesville was the other one that went. Oh, the button V. You know what? That's good enough. All those Wisconsin stations. That's good enough.
Doobie doo doo go do.
Debbie and Logan, John Vlogger. Oh my god.
Not even logging the monthly.
No.
WPNE. Don't know what the hell that is.
Markets reacting to tariffs and how they may impact retirement programs.
Oh, they did a live voice for one.
Well, God, that's Green Bay. Green Bay would, hey, dude, Green Bay would always use live voice for both weekly and monthly.
Yeah, they're still one of the very few offices left that still do that. So Green Bay still does live voice.
Noriana doesn't anymore.
Well, we're saying on a regular basis. So Green Bay still does live voice. And who else?
Mama.
No, Buffalo stopped. I was about to say Buffalo, but they stopped.
Well, and of course, Norman does during severe weather. They do their IG live voice during severe weather.
Well,
You ever noticed that?
It's like,
well that is true, but the ID was pre-recorded. But the ID, remember, was pre-recorded. So the IDs have been pre-recorded. So anyway, so Green Bay is the only one that's one of the only ones that still do live voice. Tampa still does live voice. So Green Bay and Tampa still do live voice, as far as I know. Lubbock still does live voice.
we don't get the bill.
Little Rock still does live voice as well. Des Moines sometimes does live voice. In the event of this test is now concluded. Yeah, never mind. I suppose Brian's got WHO on for the Iowa monthly when it.
Did you all hear that?
I did. I heard what that commercial or that said.
What did the Buffalo say to his son? Bye.
7.
Anybody that has the product.
Here comes Amtrak number 49 into Elkhart right now.
Black guy.
Would have been nice if I got to see one of these in person, but oh well. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. But I still enjoyed my time there, as you all may well know.
That sounds like a skill, ain't you?
Alright, and now it's time for the next Canada province, New Brunswick. That
Time
was
to listen
geologged
to Ottawa.
CBAM. I'll pick a station or two and try it. Yeah, let's see. I don't think that's right. No, that's Texas. Here we go. CBC New Brunswick. I've been having this should be CBC radio. We're sorry, something went wrong. Let's try radio. Listen. Um, stations from stories from CBC. Switch the station. Wait, why are we at Windsor? This is Ontario. What if I? We can switch it to a different station. We'll get the correct one. So that's probably why it failed. I forgot to change it for Windsor. Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Alright, so I changed it, so let's see what happens. So I switched it to. So which one is it? I switched it to Moncton. I switched it to Moncton, New Brunswick, so let's see what happens. Why are the reminders coming up late now? Oh, here it is. Right on time. You would now hear instructions. And that's it. Finally, a successful Canada test. We are still waiting for the Iowa monthly. All right. And then we're gonna get the other PCs and stuff ready to go here. And there it is. Monthly test for Iowa. I'm just gonna do it off of here. WEC. I'm sure you all know what state they just mocked. Alright, now let's go ahead and add these on to the list here. So first the Wisconsin Monthly, then the MOH Weekly, the Canada Province, and then this. And with Canada, we'll do the same like we do with the other stuff.
I have a feeling that WHO will stop doing pre-rolls for our monthly tech somehow. This is monthly. That's what I think anyway.
Alright. That is in there now.
Meanwhile, you just don't understand. If it's originator of WHO, why did they do the pre-roll first?
Why didn't they do the pre-roll first?
Yeah, they haven't been doing that ever since I do it for
they haven't been doing it for months, and I don't know what. Well, I think for about a year or so now. I don't know, but let's just say for a while.
every time whenever I catch it on WHO, it was just
It just goes straight to the test. With no pre-roll at all. And from what I found out, it looks like the only time they use the pre-roll now is only when they do their weekly that they do it like 11 o'clock in the morning on some days.
wait. Did you pay a test on Sundays at 11 in the morning?
No. I found out they could go on any random weekday at 11 in the morning.
And they monthly,
Right.
but still, that is so weird.
And I think, if I remember correctly, I believe that also takes. I believe the monthly takes the place of their usual one. Unless they want to be WBZ and do a weekly the next day, even though they're the originator. Even though they are literally the originator for their state.
Yeah. To see Jeff Dunn this September.
I don't think you told me about that.
This September.
Wow.
Yeah, he's going to be in Allegan.
Allegan, Michigan.
Yep, at the fairgrounds.
So. Yeah, that sounds like it's gonna be. Yeah, it sounds like it's gonna be a fun time.
It is because they say you are allowed to film on a phone, but you can't bring a camera because they don't allow flash photography because it's prohibited.
Yeah, prohibiting just flash photography, I find that much better. You know, I can do video, but without flash
I'm talking
photography.
about like I'm talking about like when you're filming Jeff Dove doing the filming thing. Because he has this AI tour that's going on. And not only that, there's one guy in American Got Talent will be there the same night.
Oh wait, I was in the view menu. Docked playlist. Playviews mode. Icons.
I'm talking about Gabriel.
How did I get it to come up in a separate window again? Oh, docked playlist. That turns it off.
Yeah, and then
And I can
we
change it
had
back
this
to
and then
list
then and then the
or
following
detail
after
list. There we go.
we typically walk through December. In which one of these days that should be longer than that, to be honest with you. We had and then we had to we had to
Files.
yeah. So,
Alright, let's get WTA Classical up here because they did not go yesterday.
But anyway, what happened was this guy from the Indianapolis Steelers, my God, dude, he was pinned to the ground by a Gateway player, in which my favorite Gateway player is Joshua Bloom, by the way. My favorite is Joshua Bloom.
Okay.
Yeah, and then when there was this time when I remember there was this there was
Alright, got WTA going. The HP Pavilion with Windows 7 series.
they had this
When a copy doesn't
Street Zoom's gonna be their 51st season of Street Zoom's gonna be the 51st season of calendar. Fun fact, I was on camera about the game. Mainly because
take care of what's
it's mainly because
Scholastics Clifford or
Like Marapaw.
to me, and she was like, "Hey, you're in camera, you're in camera." I didn't even know until I looked at the stage, and when I saw myself, I raised my front finger, showing my support.
Wow.
My God.
Quite a story.
Yeah, and then he, they showed me them again when I was pointing at it again when they were showing, and then we have Billy's idol Moni on this part.
I almost forgot about Tom and Ben. Yeah, and on last night's Beat the Bridge, I found out that male cats are actually called a Tom, so now we know Tom the cat is male! But it isn't. But anyway, yeah, here's the video here's just a video I created in ClickChamp last night of destroying a Linux distro. Operation not permitted. Oh, what comment? Yeah, I did. And I said that, and I mentioned that we're still in the process of updating it. So, yeah, and I just want to make it clear for those who are visiting my site. You're going to see a mixture of old and new for a little bit of time because, as I said, we're still working on updating. We're still working on migrating the new elements over. So I mean, we're taking it one step at a time. So, and I am planning on getting back to work with the site tomorrow as part of White Sox baseball.
Of course, the Stars and Jets are playing tonight.
Yep, first round of the semifinals.
The Jets, yeah, the game where the Jets the game, they scored and tied it, and they won second overtime.
Wow, that's how intense the playoffs can get.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, there was the stuff on cursed sirens that I was watching earlier. Central Texas band scan in Miami Beach. Beach edition. Well, I figured none of them was. I figured they weren't going to be taking anything anyway. But yeah, screwing up a microwave. I have the and I actually have the complete list. But go down to May. We have a stream for WXM 74 Sutton, West Virginia now. That is Charleston, West Virginia. So you know, maybe let's give that one a try for a change.
London Bach, Johann Christian Bach, with Christopher Hogwood and the Academy of Ancient Music on WETA Classical. It's 10:11. Bill Gutkowski here with you today. Mozart's Jupiter Symphony, a concerto for clarinet by Louis Spohr, and music by Forget, Seiji Ozawa, and the Boston Symphony Orchestra. It's a beautiful day. Let's fill it with some beautiful music. After several days of unsettled weather, we definitely have a more settled day today. Sunny skies, highs around 77 degrees. Partly cloudy tonight, low 60, and tomorrow, partial sunshine.
That's the same. Those are the same high. Those are the same temperatures that are going to be the highs here in Chicago.
67 degrees. Music from Suites with the Norwegian Radio Orchestra, conducted by Murray Russell.
Yeah, this was the. Yeah, this is the. This was one of the many things I found last night, including including another compilation of freight trains on the racetrack. Oh, it's going over Palestine right now.
Expected Sunday into early next week. The spotter information statement for North and Central Texas. Spotter activation is not expected at this time. The ultraviolet index forecast for May 7th is 6 for high. The Palestine climate summary for yesterday, May 6, 2025. Yesterday's high temperature was 70 degrees and the low 61 degrees. 1.76 inches of precipitation fell yesterday. The normal high temperature for today is 80 degrees, and the normal low is 60. Sunrise today is at 6:32 a.m. and sunset is at 8:07 p.m. The current time is 9:13 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You are listening to NOAA, All Hazard Radio, the voice of... Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include Mud Creek near Jacksonville.
Alright, go ahead and get these two guys ready.
Details at 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Wednesday, the stage was 9.0 feet. Thankful stage is 9.0 feet.
Imagine Engine, the same people that did Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Thursday morning, it will then fall below hard stage late Friday morning. Flood stage is 9.0 feet. Flood history. Best comparison to the previous crest of 9.6 feet on May 7th, 1969. http://
I obsessed with that song when it was on the end credits of the first Sing film when I saw it in theaters. The song was literally just amazing, and I was listening to it over and over and over again. Watchmobile do a doubleheader weekly. Let's see if Mobile does a doubleheader marine warning in RWT.
Just like that. Get more. We've got high shower. With the detail, southwest 1 foot at 5 seconds. Bay and inland numbers will a chance of showers will be
Or what? Yeah, what? Getting the the two devices ready for the weeklies. You know, when we get to the Eastern Seaboard. The full marginal now.
Seriously, what's going on?
That's in Brownsville. That was in Brownsville. It expired at 8 o'clock this morning. Okay, this should be the New Orleans receiver. Alright, that should be the one. Let's wait and see if it gets around to the Marine warning. If not, I'll get it on DRN. Oh, there's that same pro tip box that came up when I shut this thing off.
Oh, and that's my name right there. That was just for when I was younger, so I think I was typing. Oh, and
Whatever that is. Okay, that might be enough to postpone New Orleans, but we'll see. In a measuring cup, the secrets of Windows notifications. And I don't know what the lay of the land is of Jacksonville because they did not apparently test. Statement postponed till Thursday morning because they're also doing updates. Okay, so Jacksonville is doing updates as well. So they're postponed then. So I'm guessing it's just going to be those two and nobody else. Get Comcast going here. I just saw one new one come up. Actually, there were a few new ones. So that's watch live. Once it lets me, we'll go full screen. There we go. An iPad mini first generation that's been sealed since 2012. This is an old video from 2013, and the description reads, "This is at PSU weather camp." Before my voice dropped, I had made a bet with my friend Matt that we'd lose power from the storm at the baseball game. So I was a little too excited when not only was I right, but I also got this crazy video of the lightning striking the transformer in University Park. Pretty crazy, I gotta say. Another dangerous St. Louis Zoo railroad crossing. That gate is so small. Railroad crossing idiots. Idiot. Were they source? Wow. Okay. Wolf dog zoomies. What is this? Didn't Humboldt go on Sunday?
This is the required weekly test of the emergency alert system. Federal, state, and local officials use EAS to keep you
All right.
in the event of
Now we gotta get ready for
through
the.
local radio and television stations and cable providers. This test
When
helps
you put
ensure
this many cockatoos in one room, it gets wild.
provide information in a crisis. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
So tiny. Of course, I've got the giant here. Good girl. I forget previous girl. I forget his name. Yeah. Sydney. Sydney. Yes. Yeah, what about that? Are you happy, Max? You're good, Sydney. And Max sits quietly. And Max sits quietly.
It's cockatoo night.
There's 3 cockatoos. Oh, that reminds me. There was something we never went back on. Let me do that really quick. Let me do that really quickly. Let me do that really quickly. Okay. That's one. Now for the other. Yeah, and I have yet to distribute the playlist update to every PC. Yet I have yet to distribute. Yeah, and I've yet to distribute the playlist update to the other PCs. And then we'll go here. Open the auto test section. Alright, let's get these Comcast and the rest of this stuff in its place. And then we will get set for what is up to happen. Then we'll get set for what's to come.
Still to come this morning, Mozart's Jupiter Symphony. In the meantime, music of Louis score for clarinets, for Indian composer, conductor, violinist. Concerto schools credit. He also wrote 4 wonderful concertos for clarinet. C minor. That's Raphael Fubek Borges conducts the Stuttgart Radio Symphony Orchestra.
Okay, they must have aired a promo on air. I was confused for a second. Okay, all right. Now then, let's get ready for the Eastern Seaboard. Now, of course, you know how this goes. So, let's start with what we know, what we can. Pull up. Albany is good as it is right now because we're going to need it up at that volume. Toledo. DC. Let's go through the list. Okay, so Albany, New York. We're going to go in alphabetical order on my list. Amarillo, Texas. DC. Yeah, Binghamton. Yeah, I gotta center that Boston text. But like I said, I'll take care of it. And actually, because Worcester isn't working properly at the moment, I'm gonna swap it out with KHB35 instead. And also, I'm gonna switch this out with Middleville. Okay, let's continue. Blacksburg will go this evening because this is the first Wednesday of May. Rochester, New York. We're gonna do Savannah again. Evansville, Indiana. And then Detroit, Michigan. And then up here it will be Pittsburgh. Alright, continuing on. Charleston. I have the URL for Sutton, so let me go ahead and get that in there. Make sure it works first. And yes, it does, so we'll do that. Actually, I've got a better idea. That sounds much better. I don't know if my station will even pick it up. So where did I put WXM 74 again? right there. I'm going to switch it out. Beautiful. All right. So we got that. And the Eastern Seaboard should go without a hitch because there is no, because of course this will be a good weather day for sure. Louisville and Morristown. Okay, and this PC's ready to go. Chicago's not till later. I got Cleveland ready. And I'll go set up the other PC. Once we have everything in its place, I will restart my station and we will be all set to get this thing rolling. And I think Dallas is in a marginal, so I'm not sure if they're still going to test or not. Meriden, Connecticut, Columbus, Ohio, and we'll determine what will fill in the other spot. Well, let's actually set up what we can right now, and then we'll work our way through, and then we'll work our way down the list, and we'll make sure we have everything in its place. So, Gray, Maine, Charlotte, North Carolina, South Bend, Indiana. I'm actually going to switch Wausau out with that new one. That new station from Newport. Because I haven't seen it pick up KXI 95 Warsaw too good. So 44656. And if these changes go out well, I will update the monitor document. I will update the I'll update the weekly test document with these changes. Now, speaking of which, let me go ahead and actually add it in manually. 44656. I have yet to, and again, I have yet to distribute the update to these other systems, but I will get to that at a later point. Okay, I think. Oh yeah, there's still like one more. All right, we're getting closer. So we got Fort Worth going there, Detroit, Halifax, Nova Scotia, Gaylord, Grand Forks. We know not to do Wolf Lake, so we're gonna do. Let's make sure Plainwell works. It does. I'll probably switch it out with that instead of Mount Pleasant. And let me also check that this URL is correct. Oh, won't let me stop it. Trying to force close it. The damn thing's not closing. And the URL, by the way, is correct. I can just open up another one. Close the one that's not responding. No, that's not the one. This is the one that's eating all the CPU memory. Alright, is it gone? Alright. Put everything back to as it was. Alright, let's continue. So Grand Rapids, Gray Main, Greenville, Annapolis, Jackson, Lincoln, Louisville, Melbourne, Miami, Morristown, Newport, New York, Northern Indiana, Paducah, Pittsburgh, Raleigh. State colleges come to later. Tampa, and Wilmington, Ohio. Okay. We are all set. Let me go ahead and restart the station now. Save on the config one last time. Okay, here we go. And I believe this just started. Started 11 minutes ago. Okay. All right, we're all set. I'll let it keep going through the monitor list and see what monitors are offline and which ones aren't. And I should have left the monthlies for later in there. I see State Colleges live. Now, if you may remember yesterday, New York City, for whatever reason, toned the public information statement regarding Hurricane Awareness Week. Yeah, Hurricane Awareness Week in New York State. Now, there was actually one who actually got it. Actually, two of them got it live. And last night I found Thunderbody's video of the Odyssey Cleveland. The Odyssey Cleveland cluster of stations. I saw he got some all those weeklies while he was there. And that upped that New York City public statement tone. That was actually a mistake, from what I found out. From what I found out, it was an error. They were not supposed to tone that, so it was a mistake that they made. It was a mistake made on their part. And of course, as expected, we did not see it come up again a second time. But at least KLT got it on replay though, which is good. Now, for what it looks like currently, New Orleans might not test. And I don't think they're going to. So, those should be the only postponements.
Those should be the only postponement.
And nothing more. So those should be the only ones. Oh yeah, let's put Halifax, Nova Scotia on here instead of this PC. Because I want to make use of all the blank VLC windows that we have. That we have available. What account am I logged into? Huh, I didn't get notified on this. That's odd. Yeah, sometimes I get notified for stuff and other times I don't. So I see Southern PA is getting set for the state college test, which of course, as you all know, happened at 10 a.m. Central Time. I also have all the other monthlies for today in my monitors and ready to go as well. I'll have those running throughout the day and throughout the night. And later, probably when we get to the mountain zone, I'll add in the stuff for the marginal risk. But I'll look through the radar information further and I'll determine which ones we're going to be adding and which ones we won't.
Today was that's true. Tornado here in northern New Jersey and northern PA, that's for sure. I heard what happened over there. Hopefully everybody is okay.
Yeah, I was following along with everything too. In fact, as you all may know, I was falling quite behind after. We were on half an hour longer, so I could finish putting the compilation together and getting everything else set for later this week. Well, Tom and Ben, we're getting close to that time, so we're gonna see you both hopefully a little later. We'll see what we can mess around with them. Make sure that the Outcard stream is as quiet as possible. All right. Now let's start the stations up. Starting with this PC. Okay. Next PC. BJMIP will take it when it happens. BJMIP will take it as it happens. If it does end up happening, so. Because I was about to go and start.
We are ready. Actually, I'll take that. Right now, let's get this show out the way. Insurance, and the order was now in circuits. And then start the order with everything else as he so fast. And it was a keep so into the business. Remember, it's going to explain the first thing, what it's other usage. What makes sense? Well, there's some things to the city. We usually feel it's still going to all kinds of things. One of the things are even more. No, so really, on the strong as well, should be to really
It's Northern Indiana, baby? Northern Indiana doing upgrades or you know? Oh, they are doing upgrades. Okay. I forgot. Wait, no, they could tamp that, don't they? Set. For approximately Thursday night move. So that means Friday. Now, which one I got there? Yeah, this is the one. I'll call it. Oh, it did come back. So which one was West Liberty previously? So which one was West Liberty? 3, 5. 2, 7, 4, 3. All right.
So we're close to the end of 2 minutes. Let's take a look and see if we can push it. Issues, so it's spamming that stuff, isn't it? Oh well, we're gonna reset it anyway. Oh, no matter. We're gonna reset it anyway. I'm not sure if Boston's coming from the A-Wix upgrades. And we'll be back to France. Where's to go? I don't know. Yes. That's 760. That's Charleston. Upgrades. What's happening in Puerto Rico? There's still flooding into the Phelps. Also, for Pesu and whatever else. Oh, is that blanket? It is. Oh, thank you. It should be. Yep, it's Lincoln. All right. I am going to let Lincoln go through, and I will hit restart. And I should switch it on. Now, Saturday didn't take Lincoln. So I'm going to add Columbus as a backup as well. So Columbus is also going to be automatic backup. Yeah, let's see if we do it. Orchestra in Europe. WGA 27.
I actually noticed something on WXO 99. Wow, the 30 days really got messed up. No. Start the broadcast. Make sure it's got the top table. Okay, up and down. Change over the back. And it's not leaving secretary. So break it down. Nope, it's not even. No, he's not. We tried. Tampa, you are late. Try again. Found it. I am not looking out. Okay, it looks like the light's showing. However, it's like showing up as a microphone. What if I just restart? What if I just restart the program instead? Okay, there we go. You know, all right, now it's good. All right, we are all set then. All right, let's get ready for the next time zone. New burn will take the place of this. Tulsa. Springfield. Zach Cox again. Hello. Is it Comcast? Oh, that was what I didn't acknowledge. Okay, good. All right, it was something I did not acknowledge earlier. Okay, then. So up next is. All right. And if I remember, up next should be Prince Edward Island. Oh, and Northwest Territories, too. So, in PAS. We're going to do Prince Edward Island on here. No, it's this one, Spud FM. Now, which one is the CBC? This is the CBC for Prince Edward Island, so we'll do this one. There's two of them, so let's do this one. I gotta change the location because this is why it didn't go, so I gotta change it. So right now we're gonna do Yellowknife, and then we can switch it to the current. That will be is that Northwest Territories? It is. And then on the iPhone, we're going to change the location to Prince Edward Island. This is Charlottetown. Yep. And we want to put start this one, Maritime Noon. Because CBC actually does a good job at it. So we'll see. We'll see if that success continues with this. Okay. While we wait, let's continue setting up. So Tulsa. St. Louis, we're going to have it take the place of. We're going to have it over here. If I need to move any more, I will move. I will move more. And I'll just move that off. This is in the way. Okay, so City, Shreveport, and St. Angelo. All right, moving on. Screw that marine line. We'll take care of it later. All right, moving on. Springfield, Sioux Falls, Shreveport, St. Angelo is ready. And then on here, Quad Cities, Austin, literally the only Austin station that goes, and there is Yukon. And if I recall, I switched it out with Anniston, so we'll see how much luck we get with that. There's the other one. Des Moines, Hastings, we're gonna find something to fill in that spot. Let's continue on. I know one, Miami, because Lubbock, Memphis, Nashville. Okay, so we'll have to do the other one then. All right. Does Baton Rouge work? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. That's good news. All right, let's finish setting up first before we go any further. Bismarck, Green Bay, Lacrosse, Houston, and we're going to see what we can fill in for Lincoln because they're done. So, and I can tell that Green Bay is not responsive, so we're going to pull Wausau into place. All right, continue on. Lubbock, Little Rock, across Lake Charles. Yeah, let's fill Lake Charles in. Put Lake Charles there. Let's say something later. Houston, Hastings, Green Bay. Hollywood, Montreal, and Toronto. Des Moines. We'll get Chicago going very shortly. Birmingham, Wisconsin, and Austin. And that looks to be it. We are ready to go. All right. Start these Canada stations up.
Solar system. So listen, the engineer, this was only wrong. That was this meeting. So keep the same. We open the factory. More. Warning for there's some civilians your age of also now in Georgia now joining other levels, including the legal services somewhere in the same for he would say it doesn't it's all the things that are in the history of the stolen machines to get all back and we use it again. Look at those 50 years. The only thing is to bring the machines. I can't put it down. Things are it's quite a difference from the one with the support way this is all of the things that from the bid you can't do it and actually people are trying to forward people to follow movies Sounds good. Let's see if I'll make it. I didn't see the road system. Maybe from the Oceana County, you can see about anything Sony. If this is done in anywhere in some sections, you can't get. The town says everything released, widespread electrical release in every state, and nuclear emergency manufacturing state, and messages what if I was in that. Also, Kansas Sky state emergency alert system. She would require your business from the Yankee country, you don't have to get on story with TV and anything. This is a test message from the emergency alert system originating from the Yankee country for saying emergency management. If the civilian acts with emergency, even with an official information, yes, or instructions. This test is not legal. The alert system already went out. This is a coordinated monthly test of the broadcast stations in your area. A group that can quickly warn you during emergencies is being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, official messages would have followed the alert tone. The score serves the Northeast Illinois ADS local area. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system. In addition to the regular monitoring, the Motorola radio system is equipped with an additional one service called today for the short but specific area message encoded. Unlike the normal tone of 1050 Hz, which activated all alarm or NWR radios monitoring the station, Safe allowed people with a special receiver to be notified of watches or warnings affecting only the county desired. Signal radios are especially useful for schools, hospitals, businesses, government agencies, and commercial radio and television. For more information regarding the same program, contact your local National Weather Service office. Last cycle for easy and I think 90 and on there serving 2075 of that to the total of entities and the figure facts of the double easy on emergency work systems. If the plan is not able to emergency important instructions without funds. This is only this question is currently the investigation. You may experience the power outage.
All right, let me turn all this down for a bit because I want to begin to comprehend what NW Chicago has done. Do this. First, they tested as then twice. They did it twice. Which, to be honest, I have never seen Chicago do that. I have never since 2018 seen Chicago run by meeting twice. I see another forecast from not Chicago, which is pretty interesting. Yes, I can say. Oh, we gotta get some more offices ready because it's almost that time, isn't it? Huntsville, Aberdeen. Okay, Aberdeen's doing upgrades. What about North Platte? Okay, it looks like North Platte and Aberdeen are doing upgrades as well. So very good. And also, it's state. Oh, I forgot. There's a so I believe they've already. Yeah, I think they tested mission statement. Yep, postponed. So, yeah, we're so here is what's left. So, including Huntsville, here is what is effective. Oh, see if I can see it. Again, and I saw 670 the score tested too, despite the monthly. Even though monthly is in the daytime hours. So the United States is on that. You think 670 before. That is Huntsville, I believe.
The PD was a test of the National Weather Service Emergency Warning System from Florida, KIH-57. This test is conducted at approximately 11:30 each Wednesday morning, weather permitting. If this had been an actual emergency weather situation, the warning alarm would have been followed by an actual watch for warning. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even if you are using a quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will normally be activated for warnings in selected watches within a 40-mile radius of your transmitter. This area includes the following counties in the Florence listening area: Clover, Franklin, Lauderdale, and Lawrence. This concludes the weekly test of the warning alarm system. We now return to our normal weather broadcasting.
All right. I am going to assume Quad City's tested, but the quality was absolutely, yeah, quality. So I'm sure I had got something, whoever was in charge of that, can get it around to resolving. All right. We're going to get ready for the next hour. In fact, the next 2 hours. In just a little bit here, but first let's play. Let's finish playing catch up with everything from earlier. This one was. So what was this? This one was the moment when Chicago was tested twice. Now let me take a look at North Platte's page. That's about the tornado outbreak from April 27th. It doesn't say anything about the A-list upgrades on the page. Why don't we check their IEM RSS feed and see if there was a publication statement anywhere? Maybe they did put the announcement over at WR, but I missed it. Probably. That could probably be the case. Okay. Seems like both of these RWTs are about to expire. I'll go and start turning these off now. Oh, goodness. All off. I'm storing these. Small. Place before my very eyes. All right. I'll go ahead and turn this off. Turn this guy off too. The Bearcat. Let's shut that off. And I'll get plugged in. On. It's amazing that I don't have to go to an evening class for province tonight. So that's awesome. So that means, as I said last night, before we started, well, before we signed off, I said that we were going to be doing this uninterrupted, which is awesome. So 25 words or less will be on in the next half hour. And then what else? Oh yeah, person, place, for thing, and Pictionary, and of course we'll cover the mountain zone. So now that we're all caught up, let's go ahead and do some adjustments. So, who wins? Miami and Mount Hollywood. Oh yeah, Newport as well. Tampa went even before the Wakefield eventually did theirs. So the only ones left now did Green Bay go yet? KGRD, did they go yet? Seconds. They did not go yet. If I see guaranteed. So I'm just gonna let John handle that. Houston also hasn't tested. I'm guessing they maybe already planned for this in advance. So Dallas did not test. Houston did not test. But remember that Fort Worth has 2 tests. Remember, so they could do it this evening. So we'll wait till then and we'll see what happens. Now let's also not forget, because this is the first Wednesday of the month, there's going to be some additional tests to go along with it. Wakefield is going to do a second test this evening. Is that to be yet? Wow. I guess the monthly doesn't even stop the Chicago locals from getting their weeklies in. Well, seems like the RMT doesn't stop the Chicago locals from getting their weeklies in. Center this. All right. We're going to take them out now as well. Who's that? Let's finish with WDBM first. All right. Is Wichita doing upgrades? No, it's still working. Okay. So let's see. Okay, let's see who's left. So 4-1-2-1-3 is Wichita. And let me split these up. Now, I'm not sure what's going on with Lake Charles, but I think they're postponed too. Let's go back to the previous statement. Yes, they are postponed. All right. So let me go ahead and add them in. So they're postponed as well. So go and stop that. All right. So I guess with that, let's keep going and see who's left. What's 4-2-1-6-0? Bring that down. No, it's Wakefield. There we go. So what was 4-2-1-6-0? That is Huntsman. Okay. So they went. That out. So you know what number we're looking for. Now we're going to take out Jackson, because remember, they're doing upgrades. We're going to keep K2 and HAP in there in case they end up testing late. But otherwise, I think everybody else went. So. And just to be sure I'm getting this correct, let me see what 35168 is. Did I type it right? Oh, it's 35158, not 68. All right. So there we go. I'm gonna take the Charles out because they're postponed. Confirmed it. Now, I did see Colorado test earlier. I'm not sure if that was. Yeah, see, this is already confusing me. I mean, since I don't have those reminders in, but checking Colorado was part of the plan, yes. All right. So, New York City is coming next. I'm just gonna go ahead and take all this out. Okay, now most of the stuff is staying, and it's for a good reason. Okay. Now it's part of tradition. We're going to go ahead and add the mountain time zone in with the west next. So we can speed, so we can speed up this, process, and also so that way I don't have to, I have to keep on rebooting the thing and whatnot every friggin' time. Wassau's ID is 44062. So that's going to replace Green Bay. I saw Scott's Bluff is not working, so let's take that out. This is 2. Let me confirm that that is correct. And it indeed is correct. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give Green Bay another 5 minutes. And if we do not hear anything from them within that time, then I will just restart the station. Oh, yeah, and by the way, within those 5 minutes, that's when we are supposed to have our next. That's when we're supposed to get our next Canada area. The next area is once again going to be a combo, this time Nova Scotia and Ontario. So this time it'll be Nova Scotia and Ontario. Then will come Saskatchewan, Nunavut, then Manitoba. Didn't I see something about Alberta? Because I thought it said no testing. Oh, they changed their mind with Alberta. It said no test in May, so I don't know why Alberta is there. Oh, there is Brownsville finally. And we can just open it up on here. Start playback. And what's this John TV? This is new. This is the Star.TV channel 2. Now, not sure what's going to be so special about it. Hey, DeKalb Fulton, didn't you test already? Because I was literally about to add Brownsville to postpone this if I didn't see any other stuff. So I'm going to give all the other offices until it comes time for Nova Scotia and Ontario. After that, we're going to restart the station and we will. All right. So let me run through the provinces that have went so far. So let me go through them one at a time. So we had, and I didn't mark down Quebec because there's no test for them. So let's see. Northwest Territories, Prince Edward, New Brunswick. I think I have everything. Why does it say a 13-minute video is not present, even though it is? All right. This is Sam. All right, and before that Canada cluster goes, let's go back on this Cox. All right, while I go back on that, let's get ready for the mountain time zone on here. So, oh no, these two are swapped around. And then Denver, Grand Junction, Salt Lake City, then Richland, Washington. Since we have not heard anything yet from Green Bay and Houston, we're going to move them both over to this machine. Is that it? And we also have just a few more minutes left of WETA Classical for today before we have to say goodbye to them. But of course, I'll have them back tomorrow if they do not go, you know, if they do not go before 12:30, because that seems to be their time. And we're gonna get CBC ready in just a little bit. Let's first get the mountain zone ready to go before we go any further. So, Leader, Minnesota, and then Coleraine, Milwaukee, Madison, and Baraboo. Yep. Even though NWR was the originator, everybody in Wisconsin still has their usual weeklies and whatnot. Oh, Shreveport. Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm just gonna move whatever's left over to this PC so we can make room. Yeah. Okay. Ashland, Wisconsin. This will be Janesville. Topeka. And then Norman down at the bottom. Okay. So that machine is where the other stations will reside until it is time. Okay. Now let's get ready for Nova Scotia and Ontario, because that is coming next. We're going to do Halifax, Nova Scotia, and it will switch to the correct program. And then for Ontario, we're going to do Toronto. We're going to do the CBC out of Toronto. So I feel like we have better luck with CBC than with anything else. Now that I'll take care of at the beginning of the hour, so no, I don't need the app. I can't clear the ad, can I? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, can I clear the ad out on here? Looks like it's hard to do on the iPhone than it is on the iPad. All right, we got going now. Now to reboot the station once again. And we no longer need the Comcast. Let's close that. Let's go ahead and get this ready. See 25 words for less. Other shows. There is Ontario. There is Ontario. And there's Nova Scotia.
This is a scheduled test of the National Public Alerting System. This is only a test. If this had been an actual emergency or threat,
You would now hear instructions.
assist you to protect you and your family.
You would now hear instructions.
Believe that we're there with each other, that we're not alone in these acts, and
This actually might be interesting to me. Let's save it. And now we need the Julie's Java House Rocam. All right. I'm not even going to bother going back on this because it's going to take a long time. So I will deal with it later. So now let's go ahead and put in both of these provinces. So it seems like I have better luck of doing it with CBC than with. Yeah, I have better luck doing it with CBC radio than with anything else. All right, we have Oklahoma ready to go. Topeka is also ready to go. I'm not going to try to go back on that right now. We're going to wait till later to do it. But I just want to see if Grand Junction ended up going early. They did not. They did not. Okay. All right. Well, you know what? Since we have a couple minutes before all of this, why don't we go ahead and explain the great primetime lineup we've got for you tonight? Wait, no. There we go. Okay. So, we're of course going to play our usual games because there's nothing much going on. So, we'll do Wheel of Fortune Deluxe, Hyper Bowl, and of course we will play our usual, and finally a full 2-hour edition of Monopoly. We'll play that. We'll see what we can do in the 5 p.m. hour. Oh, that's right, we got Beat the Bridge. So we're not going to have much time after Monopoly. Or we could extend it to 5:30. I don't know. I'll think about it. So, that. And then of course, Tic-Tac-Toe, Wheel of Fortune, but I'm not doing Bingo Blitz and Flipside as I discussed last night because tonight is Celebrity Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy Masters. So then after that, we'll have another full hour of whatever we can do, and then leading up to Deal or No Deal with Brandon, followed by Wheel of Fortune 2nd Edition, and then after that will be we'll see what we can do in the 11 o'clock hour, and then that will lead us to the end. That will lead us to the end of our show. All right, with that said, let's get the final stations on. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. Street Fighter 3 configurates. And what was the best either? Or didn't do either. Chicago did this twice.
It's a brain sleep. I'm for minutes now. I'm here for the whole time. We're telling you, we're just everything else. Oh, I don't know. One thing is because of the fix and dirties.
Alright, I am back from lunch now. Is that Fulton testing for a third time? Or freaking drunk? I don't know. These people are crazy. Seems like Salt Lake City is repeating the ID, so they are both phoned as well.
Showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon.
Yes, I do. For the next part, we will, Clifford. Anyone want to do a movie? Let's leave. Let's leave. Yes, I do. Want to leave? Yes, I do. Want to leave?
Transmitted should have been threatening weather. Followed by a watch, warning, or emergency message. This test will be conducted except when hazardous weather threatens. The test will then be posted on weather day. Once again, this has been a test of the NOAA weather radio warning device. We now return to normal.
Pieces. We're walking after midnight. Randy, every corner.
This test will be conducted each Wednesday.
Queen Latifah. He said,
The test will then be postponed until a fair weather day.
Atlantis.
The test will then be postponed until the first fair weather day.
founded by rapper Nelly, this brand is known for its jeans. Randy? John Wooden. It is so lasso. So here's the pyramid. This is weird.
The test until the first fair weather day.
Yes, I do.
Survivor.
Yes, I do. The next phone call clicker. Let's just leave. Let's leave. The next phone call clicker. Let's just leave. Let's leave. Yes, I do. I want to leave. Yes, I do. I want to leave. The next phone call clicker. The next phone call clicker. Let's just leave. The next phone call clicker. Let's just leave. Let's leave. Yes, the next phone call clicker. Let's just leave. Let's leave. Yes, I do. The next phone call clicker. Let's just leave. Let's leave. Yes, the next one. More games and win some more prizes, so we have more float decorations. The next phone call clicker. Let's just leave. Let's leave. Yes, I do. Leave. See you again next time. Just skip the credits. I'm just gonna skip the credits. Anyway, let's just take the disc out. Ignore this in the next part, obviously. Just trying to get this. Guys, give me a minute. I need to get this out. That noise. Let me get this out, guys. I'm just trying to do this instead. This'll work. Okay, I really enjoy doing this, so that being said, do it. So let's do it. You can't end off a video without shutting it down, so let's do it. That'll do. So already that'll be part 5 of the walkthrough of the HP Pavilion. Okay, that'll do. So anyway, that'll be part 5 of the walkthrough of the HP Pavilion. Running one.
At Firestone Fleet Auto Care, we don't settle for good enough, especially when it's about saving you money.
Moisturizing body wash that locks in 7 times.
It seems like they tested that cluster, that same one tested every hour. Distributed by Dell. That's the fourth time today. Unbelievable.
Find a friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating and Texas food.
The U.S. millionaire. Esmo.
Yes. Is this city in Western Europe?
Oh,
Yes. Randy. Is this city? Is this city in Germany? What is two? It's really great to see you, and that sounds a great game here. I did in the lead with 500. Randy 360 and Jamie is at 300. Save you, so that's it's a round. We're going to speed things up to see who is going to place.
All the salad. 2000. Everything is familiar. Like, Ron Durant.
Then decide. Read about the 30-day 100% money back guarantee. Don't wait. Call this number now.
Oh, wait a minute. I just noticed something odd about the message. I just noticed something odd about the message. And that probably explains why they tested 4 times today. If we go here to the second page, it says, "We are currently testing the transition to Comcast Rocky Linux." So it looks like they seem to be. So it seems like they're upgrading to a new, transitioning to a different platform, and they're just making sure that everything is working after the transition has occurred. Interesting. All right, let's take care of KMA right now.
Oh God.
Oh my god.
Services know a weather radio broadcast from Flagstaff, Arizona. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are
Right. Saskatchewan is next. That will be after this. We're gonna go Saskatoon. All right, let's get ready for the Pacific Zone now. Move all this down here.
will then be postponed until the first fair weather day.
All right. Roseburg. Does Eugene work? No, it does not. So, Fernley, Nevada, and is that it? Oh, right, Boise. We just brought that back, didn't we? Here's the Sacramento receiver.
Such great rewards for your clients. Now see ketchup, both personal and group photos. Or like this ketchup, the soup to sell as fast as they can, which is not always good. But even if your family delivers this ketchup, we take our time with your case. We study it, and you'll never take a person. We give you the best possible reward. You don't know that one special rule is 65 wingers.
Or their crimes. The world today is regressed a lot. Or their crimes. The world today is regressed a lot. And I think the American sort of flipped into sort of authoritarian, might makes right kind of policy, because the whole system. But despite that, Lloyd Axworthy still believes.
Wait, it's Saskatchewan that's supposed to be at 12. It's Saskatchewan that's supposed to be at 12:55. No, it's supposed to be Saskatchewan that's at 2:55, not Alberta. Delete that. Move the time. Nunavut is coming up next. That's off the air. Well, KC 65's off the air again. Lovely. All right. What was that? Place basically crap story. And then if my memory serves correctly, later,
Thank you.
Oh, they updated already? Oh, that's right. So this message is the cancellation of the Amber Alert test for Vermont.
Cancellation. This is a cancellation of the Vermont operating system test. Which required.
McCafe. First, but I think I tried to, but never did.
Civil authorities have issued required repeat test for Fireball LMAP beginning at 1:59 p.m. and ending at 2:14 p.m. This is a test. This is only a test from the Fireball County Sheriff's Office. This is only a test. Weekly applause test.
Okay, there we go. We're back on Therabolt. Hey, we're at 2 hours now. Wow. Oh, ask Brett. Uh, I mean, my strategy, I would give him 15 seconds, by default in the first round, and then I would have passed. Then I would pass. Oh, there's San Francisco. The afternoon borealis we're waiting on. Paris. There's the video of upgrading versus Windows. All right. While we're waiting for 1333 to show up in Fours due at 144 and get upgraded. So let's go back on Zephyr.
Just wait. Also, a mile longer. The Maryland area is still catching up. This is tropical storm warning. Animal fairs. Well, here he is. And there's that. People decide to test themselves. Crazy animal things. Who could that be? That's Hanford.
They got it at the buzzer. Well, let's keep this going. We took the whole thing. One Amtrak down. Let's head to Galesburg. Oh, there was the video I saw yesterday of the fundamentals for legacy PCs OS from. I mean, yeah, that was actually quite a nice way to keep those old computers going for several more years after NT4 2000 lost security support. In 2000, well, 2006 was the rest of the MS DOS line, 98 in ME, and then 2010, and then 2010 was 2000 when it lost support. My God, what the heck just happened? Yeah, animals can be quite crazy. Even pets too. Oh wait, who's going now? That is San Diego. And then that will leave us with Medford after this. Okay. Now, what is causing Tulsa to not test? There's nothing causing them to postpone. Now, what about Green Bay? Now, what about Green Bay? What's going on there? There's nothing causing them to postpone. I don't know why. Did they go early? we never went back on this. I just heard Medford.
Radio warning device. Storms in the morning, and a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. This is a test of the NOAA weather radio warning device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers normally are conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. And when there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test is postponed until the next day. Weather day.
Nope, Tulsa has not tested. I saw something come up from Michigan.
will be possible through Friday. And dry weather and mild temperatures return for cold events next week. Thunderstorm chances may return by mid to late next week. Weather.gov.
Alright, any more Comcast? That's the Amber Alert cancellation. Okay. Nothing else with Cox, so it seems like they're so it looks like they're finally done spamming weeklies. Damn. That was wild. Okay. So, now I gotta say my usual line here. So, those of you who might just be who just might now be joining us, well, welcome. We are glad to have you here as always on this fine Wednesday afternoon. As I continue playing catch up here with the compilation, we're also awaiting Amtrak number 4 in Galesburg, as he's very late today. So we're waiting for him there. Let's see, what time was... Whoa, no. Time on that was 1:19. So, yeah, there were some things I forgot to include in the initial set, but I am going ahead and including those now. This is 11:34, so it's most likely this one here. Yes, this is when that video back up. All right, so we are on top now with the stuff so far. Okay, so again, those of you who might just be joining us, let's catch you all up to speed with what happened. You know, why don't we start with what happened after we ended our Roblox show? Sorry about that. Anyway, what happened after or straight after our Roblox show last night? Let's start there. So last night, as you all may have remembered and throughout the Roblox show, I have been playing catch up with a bunch of products related to the severe weather event from last night, which there was a slight risk in Texas. Can't remember if it was upgraded to enhanced or not. I don't think it was. So I've been following that all day yesterday. So yeah, I've been following that all day yesterday. And of course we had to of course shorten down a lot of our Roblox show to accommodate for playing catch up. Yeah, for playing catch up with everything from that night. And it didn't take us until 12:30 to finish playing that catch up game. in which, of course, you know what happened. The Verizons. Oh, that's right. It's Minnesota. We're going to listen to the World Service. No, not that. Our news. That's what we want.
Federal funding for public media is at risk, and NPR needs your help to plan for a future. Donate before NPR's Spring Member Drive starts next week and help reach the goal of at least $1 million. Give now at nprnews.org.
Psyche are few and far between, and most elected officials, governors included, don't pay a whole lot of attention to how the disaster response structure works outside of a disaster. And you're absolutely right.
So anyway, so every single Verizon ended up testing last night. Yes, all of the remaining clusters. And here's the order it went. Here's how it went. 6 went first, then 14, while we were still on the air. Followed by, that was followed by 11, then 15, then 7, no, then 5, then 4, then 7, and then 8. I think I stopped it a little too soon. Oh well, got what we needed. Well, at least I got the most important parts, which is good. Yeah, leaving out all that other stuff. So yeah, every Verizon tested last night. So yeah, every Verizon went last night. And I don't know if any of you know this, but today, in addition to the weeklies and all these barrage of monthlies that we got going on as well, this is also the spring half of the Alert Ready Canada scheduled tests, or national tests, I guess I could say. Well, yeah. This is happening across Canada, but of course, they're all happening at different times. Yeah, because of course it's all happening at different times. Yeah, so. In fact, we have. So let's see, I believe I missed Newfoundland. Yeah, I believe I missed that. But of course, I've gotten every other cluster since then. Well, every other one since then. And in fact, all of these Canada things I've been getting from their CBC Radio 1 streams. You know, I just changed it to a specific area, and of course, it'll be right there. You know, then its associated programming will be right there. Yeah, it'll be all right there. You know, because I'll get the programming for that specific province. Yeah, that specific province of the country. So that's what's been yeah, that's what's been going on. And there have also been a few forecast offices, mainly the ones on the Gulf Coast. Those have postponed because of severe weather. A few have postponed because of upgrades, software updates. They're doing the advanced weather information product system, whatever it is, upgrades. And the other one is and then there are some that have had technical difficulties or just forgot to test. Now, I thought Oregon was supposed to test today, but I have not seen any of them go, so but it says Oregon was supposed to be today. Okay. So I'm guessing then Oregon is tomorrow. So we're going to make the changes really quickly before we, even continue on with anything. Oh, I figured that thing was going to close because, yeah, I was watching the Film Army video earlier. The newest one.
I had 4 boxes of pizza, and we left the dog in the truck. Then I came in to find this. Hey, Luke, was it good? Cheers.
We're going to switch it to Saskatoon, and we'll start the feed. Because Saskatchewan is next. Okay, Bedford and Blair, let's go take care of that now. Okay. Now to switch it back and start playback. That should be live. Oh no, it's Manitoba, not Saskatchewan. That's the right one. Because Alberta's not testing this quarter, or this half. They're gonna go in the fall, if I remember correctly. Now, Queso and HAP, I haven't seen them go at their usual times over the past several months, so I'm gonna make them part of the default configuration. And actually, to make it easier, I'm just gonna hard code them. And there it is. This is Manitoba.
This is a test of the alert for the National Public Alerting System issued by the Manitoba Emergency Management Organization. This is only a test. If this had been an actual emergency or threat, you would now hear instructions that would assist you to protect you and your family. This is only a test. No action is required. For more information about emergency alerts, please visit www.gov.nb.ca/yellow.
Mateo Roach. That name kind of sounds familiar to me. I don't know. Whatever. All right. Another province down. 3 provinces to go. And the final 2 will go together. That being British Columbia and Yukon. Saskatoon is up next in the next hour. Remember, it goes at 1:55. They're in Standard Time. Remember, they're locked to Central Standard Time. All right. So, who has not tested? So, HB35. I'm going to take out all this stuff. Now, some of these who have not went. Oh, Shreveport did go eventually, so I'm going to take them out. And I'm going to keep the rest of them in there. These 2 went. This, I believe, is Minnesota Public. And then we'll put in the evening stuff. That one doesn't seem to go. We don't need those. Everything is correct, but we need to make a few additions. First, this is the first Wednesday of the month, so that means Blacksburg will be going this evening. Next, Wakefield will be doing a second test, also this evening. And Paducah will also be doing a second test this evening as well. Let me go and find it. Actually, I can just make it easier and just take this and replace it. Oh, here he is. Here is the chief, number 4. I don't see anything special at the back. And then we will get started with our games. 199 and 203. As I see that Operation Lifesaver tag on the locomotive. Hate ski one. Okay. And before we get started with our games, I also would like to update the list here. If it doesn't take it, I don't care because we're going to be restarting it soon anyway. First, let's start with who was postponed. And then Northern Indiana's in the middle of software updates. North Platte and Aberdeen are doing software updates as well. And of course, whoever does not test will carry over to the next day. All right. We're going to be adding more now. Tulsa goes to Thursday. And Green Bay also goes to Thursday. Okay. That is it in terms of postponements. I don't know if I want to add all of this because so let's see what's going to end up happening, with this marginal tonight. Just a few here and there, but I don't think it's going to be too significant. So we'll just go ahead and clear the list. We have Thursday stuff ready to go. I think I saw Friday there wasn't going to be too much, but I just want to look and check. Looks like it's just contained around the Carolinas, but we'll take care of that. But we'll take care of that later. Now, let's add in all the monthlies for the 8th. Plus, we're going to move over the stations for Oregon because they don't seem to be testing. Well, we're going to restart it very shortly then. OR. Actually, I should probably put a comma before it. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Wrong one. Here we go. Oh, the same people that tested yesterday, and they decide to go again today. So Oregon will be part of this. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let that flash flood warning go through. Then I will hit restart. Then I'm going to hit restart. But meanwhile, let's go ahead and get the virtual machine ready so we can start playing our games. Since time is pretty much up for all of those clusters. Clear the notification, shut that down, and start this up. We'll take care of the daily monitors at a later point. Okay. Now let's restart. Okay, now to restart the logger. And I'd say we already have a problem. This was part of Imperial. There's our culprit. All right. Okay. So, we're all done with that. Now let's get started with our games here. And we can, in fact, run the game without the disc. Monthly test from Mexico. Oh, that's right. They're random as hell. Oh, that's right. Their butt is random. Their butt is random as hell. Okay. This is the one we want. Let me compare the two. So that's why San Juan never tested. Yep, we just want that. Alright. Here we go. Oh, we gotta head back to the Thirsty Bird. Because now we need to await builder number 8, which usually shows up in the afternoon. I probably might want to move the keyboard closer. Oh. What's in here? Oh. 40618. We could get it on here. This is going to replace the clip on WJON. And then I'm going to go back on after this. What the heck? There we go. Okay, there's that Comcast. Uh, that was the first New Mexico. This would be the new one. That will be the new one going in its place. This one came right before Seattle, so we have to put everything in their proper places. All right, let's continue with this now. Alright, and if I remember correctly, Alaska is next. Yes, that's what we want. So we'll wait about a minute or two. Alright. I'm gonna finish the Fair Army video up. I've only got like I'm already halfway done. So I'm gonna finish that up and then we'll start with Hyperbole. Well, that was great. And that tells me something. I forgot to go back on WPHT. Let's deal with WIP first.
The emergency alert system. This is only a test.
And I missed that too. And that.
This was a test of the emergency alert system. Equipment that can quickly alert you during emergencies was being tested.
If this had been an actual emergency, official news and information would have followed the alert tone. This has been a test of the emergency alert system. This is a test. The emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
And just to verify I did get it, and that's one. Here's the next. This is the last one. Because I know I got everything else after that. So, alright. With that taken care of, on to our games now. On to Hyperbowl now, I mean. Now we're ready to start.
Waters bouncing quickly and capsize boats. Damaged vessels and oil rigs can create suddenly higher waves. Craft could be damaged and briefly higher waves remain mainly above waters. Strong winds will be dangerous for boaters or anyone near the water. Boaters should avoid waters bounce and never try to navigate near them. Make sure all crews are wearing life jackets. Seek shelter or move to safety until hazardous weather passes.
What the heck? It's going backwards. All right, here's builder number 8. There's the FRA private car at the very front. Now, I can't remember if I went back on that or not. I did. So then it's everything else after that I did not include. And these should be the last ones. All right. We are up to date now. For real. You know, clear that out. I think it's almost time for another test, isn't it? Let's see if MeTV actually goes. We'll wait till they go on commercial. And now it will be time for Saskatoon. Remember, no Alberta. This is the last last course we're gonna play before Monopoly. Charge now?
Real talk. Read up. Duncan. Real in 3 different ways.
You make it through security so fast.
The 1050 Hertz stone. What the heck? The ball didn't even hit the stair, it just hit something else and it knocked over the pins. Oh my god.
Nature is this deep conversational.
And here's Saskatoon.
Test alert. This is a scheduled test of the National Emergency Alerting System in Saskatchewan, issued by SaskAlert. If this were an actual emergency, you would receive instructions to protect yourself and your family. This is one of 2 annual tests approved by provinces, territories, and the CRTC. No action is required. For more information, visit saskalert.ca.
Just gonna keep it on On 103.5, as we're going to need it for the iHeart Auto tests late at the end of the week anyway. So. All right, we're down to 2 provinces now. All that's left is British Columbia and Yukon. After those 2 provinces, that will be it. That will be it. All right, disconnecting from the PC. All right, let's go and shut Windows 7 off and head back to Vista.
Made on the front page and center stage. More information about their collection is at themusicalpage.com.
I'm Peter O'Dowd. Every iPhone comes loaded with an app to let you geolocate your friends. I remember demoing this to people, like investors and reporters at the time, and they're like, "This is crazy. Like, you want everyone to know where you are?" I'm like, "Well, why would I not? When I'm not hiding." The origins and implications of the Find My Phone app next time on Here Now.
The origins of Find My.
One day my office phone rings, and the woman on the other end says, "My daughter's getting married in a few weeks, and you think my daughter's getting married?" Oh.
Damn it, I didn't start it in time. Oh well. All right. Give me a few moments while I put these 2 in. I missed the second list of 25 words or less, so we're going to take care of that as well. Okay. All right. So let's swap out the CD. And we'll get ready to start this game of Monopoly. Just run the executable. They'll still work.
Good. To begin, if you see your name, click on Pick a Token, any token.
Let's do the shoe this time.
And more, you can pick the skip and this. Do you want it? Wait, all right then. You can pick and all right then. Well, and this play, all right then. And ready? Just any changes to the board or stick with the classic?
Let's do Toronto. Of course, custom rules. Okay. Game starts now.
Get your money running. Another race, and I have the pole position. As usual, we got a thing. Candy's found. Shit. Thimble, you're up. We got 10. Sack of money. Roll those dice. I can't lose. Niner. The annex. Not the best you can do. It's Wheelbarrow's turn. Let's do it already. Looks like a knife. Where did that take us? The annex. Oh, no. I can think it. You have control of the dice, Cannon. It's just lucky stuff. Yeah, lucky. General repairs on your drive. So each house pays $25 for each hotel. $100. We'll get the chance to hide out, Charlie. They don't pay rent.
You win with amazing.
Queen Street. You can do. It's Wheelbarrow's turn. Avenue. Oh, Cannon. 8. Take it. Young line. Anybody got a bullet I can bite off? Shoe. Let's hit the bricks.
Did I pull Oregon too soon? I hope not. Oh. It's locked up.
Jackson County Emergency Management. In cooperation with public safety, broadcasters, and cable operators, this system informs you of events that pose an immediate threat to your life or property. If this had been an actual emergency requiring immediate action or evacuation, official messages would follow the alert tone. This is only a test.
Counterfeit.
Good luck. 8, 2, 3. St. Lawrence Market. What's the best you can do? Let's roll, Wheelbarrow. Make it happen. 2. Queen Street. That's tough. I can take it. Lucky 7. Line. That's tough. I can take it. Bringing out the big guns. Your turn, Cannon. Half a dozen. St. Lawrence Market. Street.
Your turn, Shoe.
Now, where was the one from 2016?
Race car, get your motor running. Lucky 7. Nathan Phillips Square. Good luck, Dimple. 5. Forest Hill. Stack of money. Show us what you can do. We got 6. Brewer Street. A1.
This is the one I was looking for.
What work? I can take it. To that heavy artillery. Let's go, Daddy. Look alive, soldier. We got him. Yes. He's in Charlie, please. If you guys don't collect $200, here's the salary game. Just pass and go. Looks like a nice place. We got 10. Orange market. Oh, like wonder work. I've never seen a property owner. He's like me back for a gift. It's a brick. Looks like you're under the new train.
And it was the last part of this, which was kind of like what happened today.
Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. Sack of money. Roll those dice. 3. I'll let the others fight it out. Good luck. You're up. 5. Community check. What would it be? Pay out or be paid? Get out of jail free. This card may be kept on in-line player wants to trade. Let's go. We lost roll. Oh, we got it. Who's that? $200. That's easy money. You didn't get it. You won second prize in a beauty contest. Collect $10.
Okay. Now to charge the HP. Okay.
A little rubber. We got 6. Here's your salary again. Just as things goes. So you're up. Looks like 7 to me. Down Valley.
sack of money. Roll those dice. Lucky seven. It's Wheelbarrow's turn. Happy birthday. Well, la-dee-da. Highfalutin or what? Time for that heavy artillery.
Was a test of the National Weather Service warning
An AI player doesn't control it.
area at any given occurrence.
An AI player doesn't control it. An AI player wants to play. The computer.
So yeah, that was the last one. So that was exactly what happened today. Chicago testing twice. Well, Shreveport also tested twice. However, they did it like only a couple minutes apart. Unlike Chicago, which they did as a double header. How odd.
It's Wheelbarrow's turn. No, turn on the board. If you can't do the time, don't do the front. Heavy artillery. Do it, Cannon. We got five. So, collect $200. It's easy. You're up, Shoe. Good luck. We got 10. River friend. Imagine this would buy you a good meal. Looks like 11 to me. CN Tower. Imagine this would buy you a good meal. Race car. Burn the little rubber. Well,
That was his own name.
I recognize this place. Think.
A Dell Inspiron 3000, which I don't think meets the minimum requirements for Windows 11. Register your Inspiron.
Show us what you can do.
And here was the Indiana tornado drill from March. This was when they used to do. This was when they used to do evening drills. Too bad they don't do that anymore. It's too bad they don't do that anymore. I mean, it would have been nice. Would have been nice if they still did evening drills, like Minnesota and Wisconsin do. But it's interesting that they still use the live code. But I guess they didn't want to do that to interfere with whatever show they were airing in prime time or whatever.
Community chest.
So yeah, things have been mostly quiet today. Mostly quiet. Let's see if I can realign the bezel. Oh, I think I did it. I think I did it. There, close enough.
Receive for services, $25.
Close enough.
We got six. It's your turn, Shoe. 3. Dundas Street.
This buy you a good meal. Yeah, we know who you are.
8. Let's see what okay, simple. Half a dozen. There.
And also, I would like to rewatch the person, place, or thing bonus round. Because I would like to see what that last answer was.
It's a good fun. Young line. So, I can take it. Cannon. Good. Well, got it. Ethan Phillips Flint. Anybody got a bullet I can buy it on? Luckily, they're trying to take care of the necessity. You.
This is a test of the emergency alerts.
We shall.
This is only a
Send them
test.
to me. Just visiting. Get by anyone.
Yep, but next time I might not be so lucky.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
You're up. Back on that. $200.
That's easy money.
Whose turn is it? Come on. 11. This time living. Right. Wielder. Good luck. You're up. Even from the page. The different. Tough. I can take it. Can it? Roll right back. Half a dozen. Round 40 good. $200. Off the second game. and he takes away. Okay, shoot.
Falling weather hazards.
Each wheelbarrow is dirty. It doesn't. Three.
Let's see if I can find that tweet from 2017. How far down can you go? I guess we can't filter it here. Yeah, I don't think we can. I'm already kind of getting a picture. When I see this, I'm kind of getting a picture. What if this ends up happening again? What if this malfunction ends up happening again? If this ends up happening again.
Show us what you can do. The annex. What's the best you can do? Blue pen. College Street. What's the best you can do? It's wheelbarrows turn. We got the fix. Go train. I can take it. Cannon. Anybody got a bullet I can buy it on? Let's hit the brakes. You roll the three. The other street. Design, it's a banger. Good deal. Let's go. Either from Decatur. Community check. What's it going to be? Life insurance matured. Select one. A computer opponent is proposing the training. A computer opponent is proposing the training. A computer opponent is proposing the training. An AI player wants a trade. An AI player wants a trade.
Now, I gotta be honest. The spam demos and
Negotiations have been suspended.
the demos that KLT sends out like every 5 minutes or so, sometimes less than that. That's the modern equivalent of that system malfunction. That's the modern equivalent of that. I was just really intrigued by this when I saw it the first time. When I saw this thing the first time. And then I was thinking to myself, if I had these things back in 2016, that moment would haunt me for the rest of my life. Okay, we gotta go take care of person place or thing. Let me go do that.
We got five. Here's your salary, $200. Bringing out the big guns. Your turn, Cannon. 7. Rosedale.
Holy Moses! I'm taking a proper thumping here.
Okay, Shoe. Roll those dice. An AI player wants a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled.
Okay, took care of those. I'll just need to look at that second list on 25 words or less. That will be it.
Where is say
Alright. Let me accept the trade and then head back to Jeopardy.
Accepts the trade. Well done. 2. Queen line. That's not bad. 5.
Alright, I'll wait till after the commercial.
Good thing I'm just visiting. Cell phones don't work in here. It's Wheelbarrow's turn. 6. Cabbage Town. I'm tough. I can take it. Whose turn is it? Come on. 6. Here's $200 just for looking so good.
Anybody got a bullet I can bite on?
It's your turn, Shoe.
right now, do you feel fatigued, like perhaps you want to? It's okay. Okay. That's the one.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
All right, I will, makes sense. No, I took him to pee at 3:30. Maybe the buddy had set it up in there in that, okay? And you shoot you want those cards or no? You want one card, okay? I'm telling you, I just.
Oh, I'm going places.
Just wish.
Going everywhere, Mr. Ken. Okay, let's get back to the game now.
Here's your salary, $2. Queen line.
Ready?
This will buy you a good meal.
On it.
It's Jimbo's turn.
Ready to go to the carnival with flippers? Type in your name. You want to begin a new game. You want to you already started. Want to begin a new game. Ready to go to the carnival with flippers?
No. It's Wheelbarrow's turn.
I missed it. I missed the cue.
If you want to begin a new game, you want to watch a game you already started, just click your name on the
Alright.
to begin a new game. If you want to finish a game you already started, just click your name on the
Young mind.
I forgot about that.
Okay, shoe. Roll those dice.
I just came across this last night and I'm having fun with it already. Back to Jeopardy.
Three. Thimble, you're up. We got 5. Cabbage Town. Show me the money sign. Niner. Waterworks.
That's the fast you can do.
It's Wheelbarrow's turn. 9. Chance. You feeling lucky? Take a ride on the Ready. If you pass go, collect $200. $200. That's easy money. Once. Bringing out the big guns. Your turn, Cannon. Half a dozen. St. Lawrence Market.
Anybody got a bullet I can bite on?
Shoe. Let's hit the bricks.
He put it together because business did was nappy led 8 years ago has been an utter disaster, and the way it writes it out, it's like he's done some great work.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
I've been trying to do a good job of kind of like shield on the team.
An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. That computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
Much worse. Can you see the situation? Oh, it's cold and windy now. It's not forget. Parking lot outside. I just have watched very sad. No cold left.
Be sure to come back soon. All right.
Lake Street. Maggie, this will buy you a good meal.
Hey, back to the CBC for the final set. The final two provinces, British Columbia and Yukon. Let's do Vancouver, British Columbia. And here will be Whitehorse, Yukon. Start both programs. Okay. And those wondering about Amtrak, I did go back on both of those, so that's all set and done now. Property, merging properties, or trading.
It's wheelbarrow's turn.
All right. Oh, I see Lane Oregon tested too. I'm gonna take care of 25 words or less before before we go any further. So And there they both go.
Shoot, let's hit some bricks. We got 6. It's a bang, good bang.
This is a test of the BC emergency alert filters. Now this is only begins.
Interesting. This one relays both British Columbia and Yukon. How interesting. All right.
Good luck, stack of money. A nickel, $200. That's easy money. Turn down 3.
MVB went today. So did these two.
Let's roll, wheelbarrow. A pair of 6s, 12. Lure line. Up, I can take it. 10. Soul string. Up top, I can take it. 9er. Here's some freebie money. I don't mind paying out, as long as I got it. Let's go. Chance. Let's see what it is. Advance to go. Collect $200. Round 4 to get. Here's your $200. Okay, shoe. Roll these dice.
I'll be back for Jeopardy Masters. I'm just excited. Anyway. Okay, here we go. Now, to answer a big question. Did WETA test helping me temporarily off the air?
But I don't have it. He is so humble. do not have to go do that without $300. A good place to cool my jets. All right. You have control of your dock, Skyler. We got him. $200. Race car, start your engine. Look on 17. Into Phillips Square. Okay, see. Don't in the running side. Plenty good. And in your cat. We got sister. The guy. Not the best. Mary. 70. Aaron, gas goes down. I left. Bringing out the big guns. Your turn, Kevin. It's like Sunday to me. Scatter. What's it going to be? Income tax refund for that $20. Shoot, let's hit some break.
10 a.m. Today, we start with scattered showers.
See line 1 and 3. And see line 1 and 3. Okay, and here's the potential.
Showers. 23 at the visitor center to 40 at the summit. 10 to 20 miles. Chance of rain 50%. Thursday, partly sunny in the morning, then becoming mostly sunny. Easy. Scattered showers. At the visitor center to around 63 at the summit. Chance of winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Thursday night, partly cloudy with scattered showers. Lows 41 to 53 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Sunrise Thursday at Hallam below the summit. 45 a.m. Cloudy with showers in the morning. Partly cloudy with scattered showers in the afternoon. And hazy with scattered showers. 15 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy. Favored scattered showers in the evening. Then isolated showers after midnight. Showers. Low 67 to 72. Very 15 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday, partly cloudy. Scattered showers. Highs 82 to 87. Low 67 to 72. East winds 15 to 20 miles per hour. Friday, partly cloudy. Humid, scattered showers during the day, then isolated showers at night. Haze. Humid, isolated showers during the day, then scattered showers at night. Highs 82 to 87. Low 67 to 72. Trade winds around 15 miles per hour. Saturday through Sunday, partly cloudy. Humid, isolated showers during the day. Haze. Humid, isolated showers during the day, then scattered showers at night. Highs 82 to 87. Lows 67 to 72. Trade winds around 15 miles per hour. The 8th in Honolulu was 10. This corresponds to a very high exposure level. It was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 82 degrees. The relative humidity was 50%, and the dew point was 62 degrees. The wind was northeast at 14 miles an hour. The barometric pressure was 30.09 inches, or 1,018.9 millibars, and steady. At the airport, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 80 degrees. In Lanai City, under a partly sunny sky, the temperature was 77 degrees. At Kapalua, under a mostly sunny sky, the temperature was 81 degrees. It was partly sunny, with a temperature of 81 degrees. At Hilo, degrees. And Bradshaw, under a sunny sky, the temperature was 67 degrees. At home, it was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 83 degrees. At Lehigh, under a cloudy sky, the temperature was 78 degrees. Here are the wind reports at 10 a.m. Wind speeds are in knots. Is the 21 51000, wind is the 10. 22, wind is the 19. 4, wind northeast at 14.
Did Hawaii cut?
7 feet, 9 seconds.
Not yet.
Only a bit different.
But maybe next time it won't be as good. Okay, so I took care of everything that I needed to take care of. So that being the missing scene from 25 words or less. Yeah, the missing scene from 25 words. And I also took care of that last clue from Person, Place, or Thing. So we're all caught up with our shows now.
Local authorities have issued a required monthly test for lane OR, beginning at 4:45 p.m. and ending at 5:45 p.m. This is a coordinated monthly test of the emergency alert system generated by the Lane County Sheriff's Office. If this had been an actual emergency, the tones would have been followed by official news and instructions. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
Okay, that's it. Alright, took care of that. Are they back? Are they finally back? After all this time? No way. No way they finally returned.
Weather radio transmitter that broadcasts on 162.400 megahertz. This broadcast makes messages may last from a few minutes to as long as 6 hours.
But looks like we're getting close to the end of that. So it looks like the Samoa stations are back. They're back after a long time. So in that case, I will add that to the update. So I'll add that to the auto test card. Let's get KSDZ first. Then I'll make the changes. Alaska. Anyway, so I was going to say, so anyway. Anyway, as I was about to say, for some reason I noticed that on the cable box, Cheladin Douglas. I'm so happy to hear they're all back. Okay, we're caught up again. Let's proceed with the game now.
Pays you dividend of $50. Race car.
So.
Get your motor running.
Alright. Now, like I was going to say,
Thimble, you're up.
I had found out that for some odd reason, the guide is thinking that those new episodes are repeats, when in reality they aren't.
Show me the money, son.
So, to get around it, what I did was I updated the recording details
Didn't even
to record new episodes and repeats only. Well, both new episodes and repeats.
look like Santa to me. Roseanne, he is ever so humble. Janet, roll those dice. 7.
So,
CN Tower.
Anybody got a bullet I can bite on?
You're up, you. The flag.
let's go.
Looks like a night. Nathan Phillips Square. Mr. Maggie, this would buy you a good meal. Race car, start your engine. Hey, let's see where that takes us. Sugar. Thimble, you're up.
So aside from that mistake from earlier,
Phase 3.
I gotta say the alert ready tests were a success. So
Show me 6511.
and it seems like it's gonna be a pretty cool. I love it.
Electric company. It's Isabel's turn. Half a dozen. Back so soon. Here's your $200. Win one. Up. I can take it. Whose turn is it? Come on. A computer opponent is proposing a trade.
Not sure what
Yes.
not sure what Drew is doing.
Here's $200. Yes. Let's look. You are a set for street repair. $40 per house, $115 per motel. It's your turn, Shoe.
So they still go at 5:10 p.m. Eastern, like they have been.
Race car, get your motor running.
You know what? We're gonna play this till 5:30 to accommodate for Beat the Bridge and all that other stuff. How about that?
If home, and take owner and total 10 times the amount thrown. But a computer.
Be a bit too loud. There we go. Um, QAH, you're a little bit early. Because you don't go till 6 o'clock. Because you don't go till 6 o'clock. It's only 4 p.m. I don't know. It's kind of odd. Okay. Is there any more? That's it. Alright. Disconnect that. Undeafen. Unmute the game. Alright, let's see what Drew's doing now. I'm curious. He did say he'll be heading back home by the. Because he did say he'll be heading back home this weekend.
Yeah, I'm free. You know, if we play but I family, someone of us, I did. Bring out the big guy, you're yeah.
Oh, this is about the outage for it's yeah, it's pretty warm here in Chicago, but but yeah, it's pretty hot in Naples. Pretty hot. 80 degrees, I can see. I mean, looking along the shoreline, literally every single like almost every single resort or beach house has a pool. Every single one. Now that's what I call a tropical escape.
Yeah, free. Shoot, why did they come for me? Free.
Barefoot Billies. So maybe we'll make the changes tonight as well, when we're all done.
Regular programming to broadcast the event live. I spoke with City Networks wrote its regular programming to broadcast the event this night. The speed travel to begin and historic liberation. The networks broke into regular programming to the procession into the Sistine Chapel to begin and historic liberation. Networks broke the procession into the Sistine Chapel to begin and historic liberation. All the top networks broke into the procession into the Sistine Chapel to begin and historic liberation. All the top networks broke into regular programming to broadcast the event live. I spoke with SPCPlainfield News co-editor Maurice Giselle. Michelangelo's iconic frescoes, each partly to the balance secrecy. Inside edition, Shroud Crack. We took the Vatican City down. Inside edition producer now made a pilot Texas expert to demonstrate how it's done. It uses a special chemical mixture, but the ingredients different when white smoke is right. Here it is. Sugar and acids. But the same in a mix. There's the white stones that
Here's the this video of Lagrange that I just started watching. Another train to possibly go into the collection of roaring freights down the racetrack. Caution, the doors are about to close. Let's see if that game's on the archive. Caution, the doors are about to close. The only crossing in the DNSF system that has the Western Poland phase signal. Yeah, that bell pattern on this line is one of a kind. You won't find this bell pattern anywhere else. And that's the end of that. Java of America. Java update. 400 in the UAC crop. And the user account control comes up. The user account control. It sounds like Mickey Mouse on one of them. The user account control comes up.
Another good round one and another electric company. I recognize this place. It's off.
You should play that. Yo, getting Clifford. Playing Monopoly. And with Tom and Ben versus the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire tabletop Tiger Electronics test mode.
Yeah, I'm sick right now playing phone.
So that's why he wasn't with us over the last couple of days.
And just thinking too.
Yeah, that as well.
Again.
Mhm.
Ridiculous.
So, well, I hope you're feeling better. Hope you're feeling better. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I forgot to mention that was the. That's what I was. That's what he was talking about in my general chat last night after we signed off. Yeah, yeah. And then it was at that moment I was thinking, after I replied to him, I was like, okay, what is his answer going to be? Is his next answer going to be in the form of a DM call? And I was thinking, no, why would he DM me at like 2 in the morning Eastern time?
No, that's gonna happen. Actually, there wasn't a DM. It was just a. I was for the whole server, not the damn DM.
I understand. Yeah, I understand that.
Why can't Simplex's release one? Everybody else who got speaker stone. Honeywell's got one. Get ready, Simplex. Catch up, damn it.
Got one. So let's catch up here.
Yeah, kind of like the stove is at the top, and the bottom part surrounded by empty space. Does it look like that, Clayton?
Yeah, I saw the picture. Yeah, I saw the pictures. It's this one right here. Yeah, this is what he was talking about last night. I haven't.
I guess it's okay as long as if the company's so great.
Yeah, as long. Yeah, as long as that's the case.
People would comment on that crap and say, "Oh, it's the hideous thing I've ever seen." It's not the point of why these design changes happen. The whole purpose of a design change is to make things easier. Instead, it's still freaking mad. Apparently, Simplex's
No,
point of view, it's actually
I just want to
does
download the
make
file, not
sense.
play it. Download it to the save video, to the downloads folder. Something we haven't played around with in a while, or in a long time, that is. This one.
It does like the camera aperture feeling of it, but it's not like camera aperture. It's just an LED with speakers on it.
Sounds
Bottom
great when
now.
it's that. Sold it to my cat. I'll pay 10% of all of my assets. Sold it to my cat. It was one of the billboards clips I was playing around with. Oh, we haven't done IQ yet. They speeds it up really fast.
Wait, well, that's not what
13,136. My goodness. Thunderbuddy's been on YouTube for 15 years. 15 years! And he has gotten 13,000 alerts over that course of time. How did I figure that out? By the copyright stamp that's literally embossed into the video. Yeah, it's literally been embossed into the video. But that was when he started his channel. He started doing EAS in 2014. So I guess technically 11 years. So he got up to 13,000 in over the course of 11 years. And I could still go back on some of his old stuff. SPC Bridgeport. Wow. He has grown. SPC Bridgeport. Wow. What an old name. This is when he opened up at EAR 10. A Zone Guard Plus. That's and Chicago sent a weekly out twice today. They sent their WT out twice, which I have not seen them do. An HH50B. His voice is getting deeper and deeper.
Speak about my collection.
2020. Oh, there's Hawaii, finally. Oh wait, that's not right.
Yeah. Let's go, man.
Now let me check the test card. Let's see.
Nathan Phillips Square.
Arizona was on the list. So San Diego then is up next. We're gonna go to News Radio 600 Pogo, as it's called. It's called Pogo. And of course, we did CBC radio for every single alert ready area in every province of Canada today, because today was the spring half. The alert ready tests. Get all those Canada tests? Why, yes.
Canada, yeah, Kennedy.
Yep. I found out about it. But of course, the only issue was trying to find what state way. Oh, my lawyer didn't even take Hawaii. That stream sounded like a crash. So this is interesting. A furry fan drew and a Levine in our group call at the same time. What an absolute coincidence.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now let's try Tom Event versus the KTVU pre-roll.
I'm beginning to notice here.
No, that sounds like Grand Rapids. Oh yeah, WNG672, the stream that's literally silent right now. That powerful? Not in the attic, but like outside of the attic?
Like seeing all sorts of this is like this full play. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, as many of you all know, I've been able to pick up a Grand Rapids transmitter from Chicago, particularly Hesperia, which. Well, yeah, my 12996. That was mainly with my 12996. I mean, dang, that. Yeah, that antenna is pretty good, especially when it comes to picking stations up. Wherever Hesperia is, I've been able to. Yeah, I picked that transmitter up. I can't remember if I picked up Plainwell as well. I think I did. And of course, sometimes from here I've been able to pick up Laporte. And for those who might remember, my farthest catch from home so far has been Dayton, Ohio. Picking up Dayton, Ohio, all the way from Chicago. And even at some earlier point, I've even been able to pick up Lafayette, Indiana. I have not checked that propagation map in forever. Oh yeah, and yesterday I was going to say this too, but I found while I was on my lunch break yesterday, I found a new video from Brentech that talked about this site called the End of 10 Project.
Yeah. See if they do any other stuff. So the actual ID or stones.
So this is kind of like this is kind of like a help page, about switching to Linux from Windows, and then also explaining all the benefits of doing so. And I mean, with this, if you bought your computer after 2010, there's most likely no reason to throw it out. By just installing an up-to-date Linux operating system, you can keep using it for years to come. Why, that is absolutely what I'm going to be doing with my systems. Why, that's absolutely with my own machines. A few weeks ago, I checked to see if any of my older systems would be able to run Chrome OS Flex, but none of them were on the list. So I'm not going to chance it. So instead, I'm just going to go ahead and throw a Linux distro onto them when Windows 10 loses support. Yeah, and the best part is they're all open source. I mean, I'm kind of already starting to. I'm kind of already mostly a Linux user myself. Like, I mean, making the transition from Linux to Windows, I mean, it might be simple for some, but others it's difficult because the only issue is the software for Windows and Linux are not cross compatible. What? Oh no, a new song? I wonder what it is.
It was WXN 99.
Out of West Olive, yeah, that was one of the stations I picked up when I was there.
It's too far away for me to get it.
That was one. That was actually one of the radios. That was one of the weather radio stations I picked up while I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the main ones when I was there too. So yeah, going back to Linux.
Green Bay.
Yeah, Channel 7 is Green Bay, Wisconsin.
That's the only other one.
The only other farthest station up north I've been able to pick up so far was WWG 91 out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin on Channel 6. Not from here at home, but from closer to the city of Chicago. You know, in the farther inner suburbs, really. Yeah, somewhere around the 294 corridor, I guess I can call it.
Yeah, I can't even receive it. Oh, that's the day that Indiana Page Network's having a problem? Or no? Actually, no. The state of Indiana is having problems with their garbage systems. Like, their landfills are slowly rising.
And the reason is because people are throwing out their old, perfectly working Windows 10 PC.
Yeah, no. That's so dumb. And you know what's dumb? It's actually affecting radio communications. Did you know that?
I did not.
Like, since the landfills have been filling up, it's affecting radio communications.
Because of how high it is,
It actually is. It's like, what the heck? Why? No, no, no.
Dang.
It's dumb though why the heck that would happen. Yeah, but like not the whole state of Indiana, but some of the stuff.
Radio group.
I can't even do anything about it. Crap. I got nothing here in the bands because everything sucks around here. There's nothing. It's so dead here.
Yep.
It's just dead in Michigan. Why are all the bands in Michigan dead? They're just completely dead. There's nothing around here except if you go in the cities.
Into the city, huh?
Yeah, like if you go in the city, it's a lot more communication. But if you're like in the suburbs, like where I am, there's nothing, absolutely nothing. No. Really. And there's a lot of interference around here too, so it's like, what the heck, you know? Why is there so much interference? This is bull crap. I need to unplug some stuff or something, and I don't know why causing this many issues.
So yeah, going back to when
There's causing so much interference.
Yeah, going back to the topic of that end of 10 project, I mean, thinking about Linux, yeah, I think that actually is a good plan for my old PCs. Since my XPS has TPM 2.0, I'll just go ahead and put it on Windows 11. As for my other PCs, when Windows 10 loses support, my Vostro will be going on to Linux. And for the ThinkPad, it will be going. I'll see if I can get it to 24H2 while keeping the Pro license from Windows 7. If it does not do it, then I'll just get rid of Windows off of there entirely and just put it on Linux as well. I'm debating between Mint and Ubuntu right now.
Mint better. I mean, it's more utilitarian, but like Ubuntu's got spyware on it. And that's to be used Mint or some other alternative distribution, not Ubuntu or Debian. Just use Debian. What do you want to do with hard installations? I don't know why they make it so horrible for these.
There's lots of distros out there. I can just I could just compare and contrast each of them, and then I'll just decide which one is the best one, and then I can just go ahead and make a plan and slap it on my old PCs when Microsoft kills off Windows 10 later this year.
Yeah, I don't have much of a decision to make, though. I didn't know I would actually buy. It's funny, people actually got technically a new computer for free.
You got the HP desktop tower you have now for free?
I'm gonna go outside and take a picture of it. It's actually a barrage of PC parts. Might actually use it for Linux. But I'm not gonna game on it because I'd rather use it for other applications. Maybe just browse the internet or something. Some technical analysis. I'm not throwing my mobile data on because otherwise it's hard. I need to get Wi-Fi into my phone while I'm out in my dad's barn. Hang on. See if he's still in the barn. I don't think it is, but we'll find out.
And CI player wants to trade.
Bugs everywhere. Yep, it's not locked.
And CI player wants to trade.
White floaties out here from my cottonwood trees all going crazy. Just everywhere. Oh yeah, this barn's still open. It's here though. Here, let me take a picture of it. This is the box. Let me see if I can find a reasonable,
Position?
yeah, so. Where's the tower? It's called Cooler Master, but it's like really got like fucking. Wow. I didn't notice the Wi-Fi antennas in the back of it. Holy crap! What the hell? This looks kind of beat up. Like it's really, really weird how they beat this thing up. Oh, there we go. I got it in here. Plainfield. This is the PC itself. Like, think of it's weird because like it has like it came from my sister's friend who is currently trying to fix this thing, or I don't know what he was doing with it. But how big this thing is? It's like fucking ginormous. And some of the stuff in it's kind of like a bit just needs to be fixed. Like it's missing some parts and stuff that I need to put in there.
Well,
Work on it.
well, I hope that thing can run Windows 11.
I have to take it off. Like I have to take the case off and see what's inside of it still. The motherboard is still intact. I think I see parts of it. It's got like humongous something in here. I don't know what that is, but I can't.
Again, I hope that thing can run Windows 11. If it can, great.
I'm not running in.
Okay, well.
Be careful and dumping this out.
Okay. All right. So then, if Windows 10 is going to stay on there, then I guess the options are to either pay the $30 for the extended updates, or so then it's either pay the $30 for the extended updates, or just use it without updates altogether.
He's got like a saying of some weird thing. I need to find out how the hell he got all this to me. This is thermal
Thermal paste.
Yeah. Like you can put this on the CPU or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what you usually use it for. You usually use it for the thermal paste on the.
Digital. Need drive. Damn, it's a magnetic one too. WD10.
Western Digital.
Yeah.
It's one of those mechanical hard drives.
Thermal paste thing in here. God, he gave me a lot of shit, didn't he?
I will never use Windows 10 or newer on a mechanical hard drive.
Yeah.
Because it's slow as heck. I've seen how slow it is on my old Dell, and I'm not going through that experience again. Never in my life will I ever go through that experience again. Because basically every computer now only comes with solid state drives. That's what I'm doing. I have two mechanical external hard drives. One on my old system is 2 terabytes, and the one I'm using now is 4 terabytes. 4 terabytes in size. So then combining with the storage capacity of all my other PCs, one is 512, one is 128. My main desktop's 512, one of my laptops is 128. I have a bunch of 512 gigabyte HP solid state drives from my father's school that they were getting rid of, from the computers they were getting rid of. And mechanical hard drives that I don't have in their respective PCs right now.
Here. Do 3 band, try band.
Ooh, the Hitachi. It's a Hitachi hard drive. It's the Hitachi mechanical hard drive, which has Windows 10 on it. And I'm going to actually destroy that installation on the day of end of support. This is going to be great.
Here too. He doesn't. That sucks.
Yeah, that looks like a pretty old PC. Looks like a pretty old. Yeah, you could put in a motherboard with a TPM 2.0 chip, and maybe put in a 14th generation Intel, and then maybe put in a 14th generation Intel, and that thing will run Windows 11 without a problem.
My thing. What is this? Not this thing. I have this anemometer thing. Here, let me show you it. See that? It's like an anemometer thingamajabber.
Yep. Yeah, what's the weather monitor things?
Here it shows like.
See, there you go. Go here to pop it out.
Beats. Somebody's having a party. Weird.
Well, to make a long story short, Andrew Journal been in Florida for a few weeks.
Look how fast it's the wheel thing. Pretty quickly.
And from what he explained to me earlier, he'll be heading back to Chicagoland this weekend, I believe. All right. So, as I promised earlier, we're going to play Monopoly for another 20 or so minutes before Beat the Bridge comes on. And then we'll stop so we can watch Beat the Bridge, Tic-Tac-Toe, and Wheel of Fortune before Celebrity Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy Masters.
Wait, play it here. Again.
Well, the picture is literally rotated like 30 degrees, 45 degrees. There, that's better. Yeah, so there's that windmill with a bicycle wheel that he made a video on a while back. Yeah, he's made 3 videos of that thing. And when he first showed me that, I think we were live when we were on a live program when he showed us that. Yeah, and I was telling him about that crazy creation with the tipping buckets. And I don't have the videos or streams for reference anymore, but maybe I might want to check. Maybe I might want to check and see. I don't remember which one it was. Maybe it was a Racing Power stream from a long time back. So I probably might want to check and see. Maybe I might want to take a look because somewhere. I can't remember which one it was. That's March. Was it this one?
Only to have the party over there.
Was it this one? No, I don't think it was that. I'm not even gonna bother trying to find it. But yeah, I showed off that crazy creation of the tipping bucket. But I actually do have a video of the creation in action from my collection of logos. I'm gonna use the silent version here. Yeah, what's been up with VLC player on Intel. But yeah, yeah, you see. So yeah, this is what I was talking about with the bucket. So you can see up there at the top, that's a tall cup, or well, tall cup, whatever it is, or something, or mug, or well, something like that. And basically, that's filled up with water, and that's standing on the edge of the top of a basketball hoop with a pool mat going down it and hanging from the hoop and on the side. And then I push the cup, over the edge. It falls over, and then just dumps water on the people below. And then just dumps water on the people below. Almost like the tipping buckets at a lot of those other water parks that I've been to in the past. Raging waves. Yeah, I can name so many. I can name so many examples.
Should be a lot faster.
I can literally name so many examples. Raging waves. So let's see. Raging waves. So Raging Waves, Cypress Cove, Springs Hotel. Oh yeah, Springs Hotel. I actually do have a video of the Springs Hotel. Yes, it is. It got up to 80 here in Chicago today. Got up to 80 here today. That's right. And nearly all the trees outside have leaves in them, from what I can see. And nearly every tree outside my house has leaves now.
Some reason.
Yeah.
It's not how fast it's going. Jeez, this thing's going pretty good now.
Okay, let's see if the script continues to run after that.
You just do the punch thing too. So just you know what? I should just attach a speedometer on this thing and see how fast it goes.
Yeah, I would love to. Would love to see how fast it goes. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, seeing how fast that thing actually is going. Yeah, in miles per hour, that would be a great addition to such a unique invention.
Speedometer. It can't be like
Not a digital one.
that's the worst thing. We're gonna find it real quick. Actually, you know what?
But yeah, right there. That's that's the inspiration I had for that crazy tipping bucket. How that's the inspiration I had for that crazy invention. And in fact, let me tell you, I have done this invention for many, many years. Many years I've done that. I've done it for so many years. And it was quite a lot of fun. Yeah, and it was quite a lot of fun. It was at one of my family's old houses before they moved out.
Doesn't come with the cable though. Is the question.
For the speedometer. Straight up wired.
Okay. Oh no, there's the cable. It's gotta be like attached to something. You fucking spin it. You're supposed to do that. Holy shit. That's weird. Like, how am I supposed to attach a cable to it? It's supposed to like electronic. Weird. Whatever. I'm gonna purchase. Well, how many just $30? If that's not expensive, like, it's actually much as an XDR, but like, uh, hmm.
But yeah. But basically, yeah, that was the highlight of this crazy tipping bucket type invention.
Let's see. Speedometer. There's only one that's. Hmm. Oh, here's one with a cable. This one is that four? I think it's on four. Done. What's that? Let's keep talking to each other.
Yep, he's waiting for the. Yep, he's waiting for the Tampa. Is that from Yalek's View or what? The graduation party. Well, yeah, or maybe like an early graduation party. Yeah, it's going to be that time. And considering that time, this week is actually my finals week for college. I've already finished one of them. I still got to do one more final exam, and I'll take care of that on Friday this week. I've still got one final assignment to take care of for my HTML class, and then there's one more final exam. That's for my cybersecurity course, and then after those are finished, that's it. Then that's all the assignments that I have. That's all the assignments that I have to get done. So.
That's what I had was is oh my god, where is this?
Set this. And let me flip the wallpaper so if I end up touching this, I don't mess around with it. And I've just
I'm looking up by the ones I
Nope.
find those in hand is
just minimizing the script. Just let the script run in the background, and yeah, I think minimizing the script is a better idea. That way, I don't mess it up while I use the PC and stuff like that.
I can't find one that goes the bicycle wheel.
So then as we'll discuss later on, I'm planning to finish recording to finish the remaining 50 episodes for the third season of the Bowling Train, which, like I said, we are currently halfway through. I've got half of the episodes done. Half of the 100 episodes already done for the third season. I started it on Friday, or was it this week? No, it wasn't this week. It was Thursday, and then that was Thursday when I started it, and then Friday I continued that process, only getting 25 more. So Friday I'm looking to film the remaining 50. I'll film the remaining 50 on Friday this week, and then I'll just get them all edited and whatnot. But of course, my ability to edit and create these episodes will depend on how Friday's severe weather outbreak plays out. In fact, from what I've seen, the day 3 is just a marginal for the Carolinas, so I will be more than happy to finish the show. Get the show finished. But also, it'll depend on how long it takes me to get that last final completed. So my goal is to get the last HTML module finished tomorrow, and then I'll take care of the Simon exam on Friday. But the twist is 2 speedometers.
I just purchased 2 of them.
Okay.
No, I purchased 2 of them. One of them's gonna go on an actual bicycle. One of them's gonna go on the wheel itself that's out next to me.
Interesting.
I have to find a bicycle.
So anyway,
miles per hour with the maximum. Oh wow! So now the spider web down here. I'm saying some spider web designs.
I'm thinking 6:30 tonight.
That's interesting.
So yeah, as I said. Now the interesting catch about the cyber courses I've been talking about is if I complete that skills project before Sunday, I can take the final exam here. Otherwise, I'll have to do it in person at the campus, which would not be ideal. So I made a good decision to take care of that. So that's over with. Now I just need to do is take care of the final, and then that's everything. That's every assignment for college. I won't have any more to work on. So with that being the case, the plan for Friday then is to take the remaining 50 episodes of the Bowling Train, take the final 50, spend the whole day taking the final 50. I do see a slight risk for Thursday. Well, that's actually, well, I guess that would be a good day to see it happen because, like I said, I'm going to be spending the whole day tomorrow finishing up the last HTML assignment, and then Friday when it goes quiet, I'll take care of the final exam for my Cybit course, and then when that's done,
Oh, hey, we're gonna bring the table out too.
yeah, it's only March over the Carolinas, so I probably don't need to worry about it right now. But still, with that being a marginal, I'll just go ahead and take the remaining 50 episodes and just get the show completely finished and over with. Because my goal is I would like to have the third season of the Golden Train completely finished by the end of next week. So then on Monday I can get started with the first scene of the Nostalgia Paradise finale of the last Nostalgia Paradise episode. So I can get started, so I can spend some time and get started on that. And I'll spend the next few days from there piecing it, piecing that first part together. Piecing the first part together and everything like that. Yeah, piecing the first part of the finale together. And then when that is finished, I'll try to see what else we can get done. During that time before. Whatever. So I'll think about it further. Will I have Texas in day 3? Let's say street work completely out of date.
Hey, Plainfield, guess what?
Yeah, what?
I just purchased. It's the speedometers I just purchased. They're gonna be like electronic joints. They're not gonna be like the mechanical old fancy ones.
Yeah, like we were discussing on earlier.
It's like the rotations of the wheel or something like that.
Okay. I see. All right. So, since we have about a minute before Beat the Bridge comes on, we're going to give every player one last turn, and then we're going to stop the game so we can get to today's Beat the Bridge, Tic-Tac-Toe, Wheel of Fortune, and begin this incredible primetime extravaganza. That's right. Beat the Bridge, Tic-Tac-Toe, Wheel of Fortune. Celebrity Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy Masters. Oh boy, this is going to be fun tonight. This is going to be a lot of fun. Let Cannon play, and then we're gonna end it. All right, let's exit the game now. Press that to put the chat back, and we'll shut Vista down. All right. And now I'll let you all see what's up in the chat, as it is time for Beat the Bridge.
So it actually might be a little slower, but that's yeah. Like, because then I would have to reset the trip odometer every single like midnight or something. For time it stops like getting windy out there. That'd be kind of frustrating. Reset the dial. Ugh. The text to speech bots online now. Brad. Whoa, 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 whoa. Actually, my speedometer might cause some restrictions, spinning accuracy.
All right, Tampa did not test yet. Beat the Bridges on its first break. And I gotta get Blacksburg ready. So I have Roanoke on here. Here we go.
Well, Grand Rapids never tests ever, do they?
Well, Grand Rapids does.
How come I never get anything then?
Well, Grand Rapids has been tested. If you look through my logger, you'll see a whole bunch of entries for Grand Rapids Weekly. I mean, especially today on. I mean, that Wolf Lake transmitter, that's served by Grand Rapids. West Olive is served by Grand Rapids. Plainwell is served by Grand Rapids. Hesperia is served by Grand Rapids. Onondaga is served by Grand Rapids. Mount Pleasant is served by Grand Rapids. Did I just miss the builder? I think I missed it over. Let me see where the builder is at. Particularly builder number 7. He just went through. The last status was 535, so I just missed it. But I can go back on the rail cam and watch it go right on through. And that's it. That's all the Amtrak's for today. Current status as of May 2nd. We've reached the last phase of the gradual rollout for 24H2. And safeguard bolts.
Have that.
Yeah, there's still a lot of issues that have not been patched. There's still a lot of issues that have not been patched yet. This is crazy.
Instead of the actual customer.
Yeah.
They won't fix those issues. They won't even realize that their operating system is too big.
Well, the insiders are in the Canary channel are right now testing 25H2, and as many of you all know, Microsoft had already released the last update for 23H2 in the beta channel, and they're going to start, and they're soon going to start forcing the insiders to 24H2. Right now, that has not happened. That has not happened yet.
It's just that they don't actually charge for these operating systems. Pretty sure they will. Surprised. Oh my goodness, holy hell. It's getting breezy out here. Is there a weather system coming? Plainville? Wait, Plainville. Is there a weather system coming? It's starting to get gray out now or something like that. No. Stop with the advertisements of the channel. It's gonna be a cold July, isn't it? Or June, excuse me.
And I see Tampa went. They just went. Tampa just went. I had just came back. Alright, I'll go ahead and stop Blacksburg and get that moved over after I throw this in.
Because it's
What's not going to work?
doesn't support electrons.
And there's Blacksburg. Bibobl Blacksburg. Here we go.
Situation. Well, maybe the field can automatically be activated by a signal to warn the impending hazard. Tests of the signal can be conducted by the National Weather Service in New Zealand each Wednesday, except for the first Wednesday of the month when it is conducted at 7 p.m. For your it has to be corresponding to the national time. Yeah, and it's at any given location. What's more funny is that this is 1.21. This is supposed to say a person. I don't think it should be. I don't know if this is better for the wrong way. See what the bells are. They will tell you. See, those are. I don't know. All right, so the document cannot be opened. The document cannot be opened.
Alright, there is Blacksburg. Let me go ahead and toss that in.
Seriously, you.
Okay. And now let's return to Beat the Bridge.
Why are they not able to open these files up? Why are they not opening these up? Come on, jump up on TV. Oh yeah, no. It didn't even make the file, or what are you supposed to? What is this able to? Let's see if it actually needs to what if it's the older one? I can't do it. Whoa, seriously? It actually updated it? What are you talking about? Properties. That's not how you do that. Oh. Yeah, but you can't really do that. How did they do this? Oh my god. Oh. I'm gonna issue. sources.
All right, the bridge is on its final break. All right, got Plattsburgh in there. Mobile's going to be, hopefully, testing very soon. Because they did not go this morning because of the severe weather that was going on. And let's also hope Fort Worth does their test this evening too, because they didn't go this morning either. So we'll see if they do it. Oh, that's Drew's WR400 with the advisory light. That's the Tampa evening test that he got on WXK83 out of Fort Myers. I got it on KHB 32 out of Tampa. But he had it on silent, so it only silently took it. And speaking of our WTs, earlier I managed to find an old video from October of 2016 where a system malfunction at the NWS Chicago office caused every single weather radio station to send out weekly tests without any human interaction. And it was all at 11 o'clock at night. It was at 11 o'clock at night when everybody was sleeping. And then of course, the NWS Chicago took to Twitter. They announced the issue and they worked on it, resolving it, and they had it all back up and running by the following morning. Now, I didn't know about it because I didn't have any of my radios at the time, of course, and apparently that's his iPad case. I see his WR300 over there. Now my dinner's ready. Well, perfect timing because Beat the Bridge is about to come right back. And there's his HH54 as well, which did not take it. Okay, Mobile got their test in. Paducah has not done theirs yet. So let me get that going here. No, not in Chicago. Chicago doesn't do an evening test. Anyway, I had panko for dinner tonight and a good start to tic-tac-toe. And on Beat the Bridge today, just like Pictionary, we had a buzzer beater. You got the last answer correct at the buzzer to win the prize. Well, to win the $5,000 bonus in this case. In the case of Beat the Bridge. This then I'll have to go back on manually. I'll probably take care of that when we get the opportunity. Whenever. Chance. So, we're waiting for Paducah now. Then after that would be Fort Worth. Then all the 7 p.m. stuff. And then it's the celebrity show. Where was that clip that I tried to... Where was it? Is this it? Oh yeah, this one. Let's see if that Clifford game is on the archive. Let's see what we can put Tom and Ben against. Oh, I got something good.
It's not there because it doesn't exist.
Enjoy that. There you go. There you go. There.
There you go. There. That won't happen. No, because the freaking image lib version I'm talking about. There you go. One move. There you go. That's where? Because you forgot a whole bunch of combinations. JPEG. Is this it? Oh my god, you guys forgot everything. Ah. The battery's almost dead again. Jeez, what's with this phone? Alright, Planted, I'm gonna get going. I'll see you later. Bye bye.
Alright, Planted, I'm gonna get going. I'll see you later. Bye bye.
I didn't catch the moment he left, but I'm sure he left to go have dinner. Yeah, I'm sure he left. Because I don't know if he's had dinner yet or not. But now that we know that he's feeling better, I'm sure he'll want to be with us again later. Anyway, let's try another Eye King clip. Like this one.
Aren't you just good? Well, aren't you just a smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just a smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just a smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just a smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Just a smart little player. You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just a smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. That's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good.
Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Well, aren't you just the smart little player? You found the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good.
Let's try a different one.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. It's a big ARP. Everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. The big ARP next player. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
HSM 4075 West, okay, pass section 118.0, no defects, 249 out.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
And the actual
actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has. And the actual retail price of that is everything this player has.
Let's try a different one. Well, that too. Although I actually wanted this. Which one's the first one we did? No? Oh no, a train coming!
Oh no, a train coming!
Well, we're calling this the random character. Alright, let's see how it comes out. Puzzle. Oh well, we'll just have to go with what it comes out to. The next question is how about we call it greater than sign?
How about we call it greater than sign? How about we call it greater than sign? How about we call it greater than sign? How about we call it greater than sign? How about we call it greater than sign? How about we call it greater than sign? How about we call it greater than sign?
How about we call it greater than size?
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 How about we call it greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
Greater than size.
How about we call it greater than size?
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 We we call it greater than size?
How about 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 we call it greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
Call it greater than size.
How about we call it greater than size?
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 Call it greater than size.
How about we call it greater than size?
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 We call it greater than size.
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size? greater than psi.
Okay. Okay. That's enough of that. That's enough of that for now. And Ginger, shut your mouth. Because it is finale time, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is. It is time to wrap this up. Now, I saw Geek upload a weekly test cancellation notice. I believe it's for tonight. Yeah, they already got it in this afternoon, so at least I'm glad they did. And Dallas got their test in this evening, so we can go ahead and take them out too. And otherwise, I think that's it. So tonight it's just Des Moines, Topeka, and KWRE. It's just these three. And I will have my logger on the side to watch over everything as it goes, as Celebrity Wheel of Fortune is just a few short minutes away from starting. I wonder if Paducah. I'm curious if Paducah still even does their evening tests. Because it seems like they don't do evening tests anymore. Considering they didn't do an evening test last month. But I'll still keep including them. I'll still keep including them. Or maybe they don't feel like doing an evening test anymore, they don't find it necessary. Probably. Oh. Alright. Finish up weed.
'64 at Springfield. Once again, it was 59 degrees with light rain. Once again, at Topeka, it was 59 degrees with light rain. Now here is your National Weather Service forecast. The thunderstorms this evening. Mostly cloudy with the temperature forecast. In the lower with current. Chance of rain 50%. And Thursday. Chance of showers in the morning. Highs in the middle 70s. Northeast wind 5 to 10 miles. Chance of 20%. Thursday night, mostly clear. Lows in the upper 40s. Northeast wind 5 to 10 miles per hour. Toward Friday, sunny. Highs in the middle 70s. Southeast wind 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday night, mostly clear. Lows in the middle 40s. In the upper 70s. Saturday, mostly clear. Lows in the lower 50s. High in the upper 70s. Monday night and Tuesday, mostly in the upper 50s. Highs in the middle 80s. Tuesday night and Wednesday, mostly clear. Lows in the lower 60s. Highs in the upper 80s. The Topeka, Kansas, climate summary for this evening. At 4 p.m., May 7th, 2025. Today's high temperature was 69 degrees. 73. The record high is 94 degrees, which was set in 1934. Today's low temperature was 56 degrees. It's 52. The record low is 32 degrees, which was once set in 1989. 0.39 inches of precipitation fell today, brings the monthly total to 0.72 inches.
Right.
High temperature was 64 degrees. This was 10 degrees below.
Here we go. Let's wrap this up.
For the local area, activity light rain was falling. The temperature was 59 degrees on the 2.50 and the relative humidity was 93%. The wind was northwest and 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.9 and falling. Light rain was falling. The temperature was 59 degrees, the 2.50. The relative humidity was 93%. The wind was northeast at 3 miles an hour. Around the region at which top the rain was falling with a temperature of 59. In future, it was no exception with a temperature of 75. In fall, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 78. It was cloudy with a temperature of 62 at morning. The humidity in the city and Florida, 58 in Victoria, and 64 in Springfield. It was 59 degrees with light rain. Once again, in Topeka, it was 59 degrees. The proceeding was a test of the warning alarm system of National Weather Service radio station WXK-91 in Topeka, Kansas. During potential or actual dangerous weather situations, especially bill receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers are normally conducted twice each Wednesday. The first test will occur around noon and the second near 7 p.m. When there is severe weather or the threat of severe weather in the area, the test will be postponed until the next good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur while using a good quality receiver. Activated for selected messages and warnings affecting the following counties. Those warning noise, Wabansie, during Douglas, Jose, Separation, Colorado leaders for automatic hearing, actually one of the morning hazards. Waiting for trends and normal program is conducted on the first Wednesday of each month between the hours of 6 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather, the test is postponed until the following Wednesday evening. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, may occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. The warning alarm will be activated for warnings in selected watches affecting locations in portions of West Kentucky, Southeast Missouri, Southern Illinois, Southwest Indiana, and Northwest Tennessee. This concludes this Wednesday evening test of NOAA Weather Radio's warning devices. We now return service to NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards Warning Alarm System in cooperation with the Emergency Alert System. Tests of this alarm system are conducted every Wednesday at 11 a.m. and at 7 p.m. If there is a severe weather threat, the tests are postponed until the next available good weather day. The alarm tone will activate for severe weather and other life-threatening emergency messages for the following 14 transmitters and associated broadcast areas. WXL 57 at Des Moines, WXL 94 at Bremer County, WXK 84 at Fort Dodge, KXI 98 at Marshalltown, KXI 62 at Montezuma, WXM 91 at Rathbun Lake, WNG 730 at Atoma, KZZ 51 at Carroll, KZZ 68 at Van Wert, KXI 65 at Lenox, WNG 666 at Iowa Falls, WNG 668 at Denison, WNG 688 at Newton, KGY 63 at Forest City. For a detailed listing of what counties are served by each transmitter, please visit the NOAA Weather Radio section of our website at www.weather.gov/Des Moines. Once again, please visit the section at our website, www.weather.gov/Des Moines. This concludes our test. We now return to regular programming, GOV/Des Moines. Once again, please visit the NOAA Weather Radio section at our website, www.weather.gov/Des Moines. This concludes our test. We now return to regular programming. Gusty winds up to around 50 miles per hour and hail.
All right. So, Celebrity Wheel of Fortune is on its first commercial break.
Commercial break?
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. The weeklies are done.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. The weeklies are done.
I'm still in the middle of watching this video of Barney the Cockatoo. Seeing what kind of madness he's up to tonight. We'll probably check in with a bit. Monster truck. Oh, there it goes. Falling off the shelf.
Jeff.
Teacher work day is test day. Yep, I suppose that is TFM's weekly test compilation. We'll go through that and everything else a little later. A bit later in the show here. There was that bonus round. There's my Big Numbers episode for today, as well as the Nostalgia Paradise show for this week. Not interested in Password Plus.
Oops.
At Charmin, we make
Welcome to Take 5.
you
Swiffer Power Mop.
Cute. Purring in the camera. Alright. As Celebrity Wheel of Fortune is about to come back from break, I'm going to let my iPad sit up here and charge. For a for a bit, because I need enough power so we can do the so I can go crazy and stuff tonight. Now let's get back to whatever the heck we were doing with Tom and Ben earlier.
How about we call it greater than size? How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
Greater than size.
How about we call it greater than size?
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 How about we call it greater than size? How about we call greater than size?
Greater than size.
How about we call greater than size?
How about we call it greater than size?
How about we call greater than size? How about we call greater than size? How about we call greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? Greater than size. How about we call greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call greater than size? Greater than size. How about we call greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call greater than size? We call it greater than size. How about we call greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? Greater than size. How about we call greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call greater than size? We call it greater than size. How about we call greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call greater than size? Than size. How about we call greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call greater than size? How about we call greater than size? How about we call greater than size? We call it greater than size. How about we call greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How about we call it greater than size? How How about we call greater than psi? Psi. How about we call greater than psi? How about we call it 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 greater than psi?
For like the second time today.
For like the second time today.
For like the second time today. For like the second time today.
What else have we got?
We got
This one.
this.
Which one is the question mark again?
C.
We try. That's all the brackets. I think I was already up the fire. Oh, round? Oh, rounded right, excuse me. The one that's correct? How about a rounded bracket? Bracket? How?
Alright, let's try this now. Wow, WHC just loves to surprise me.
Wow, WHC just loves to surprise.
Crap, I forgot about the socks again. Alright, what else should we try? Where does that question mark come up?
The parentheses.
Oh, no, that's not the right one.
Okay. There is. All right. Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Mark. Question 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 mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark. Question mark.
Alright,
let's see what we can do next.
Here's the pitch, slider or sweeper, way outside for ball one.
Take a look at your money. Now back.
Up next, quotation marks. Closing parenthesis.
There are
Parentheses in the puzzle. Oh no! Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's enough. Alright, give me a few minutes while we reset our broadcast because we're almost at the 12-hour limit here, and we'll be right back.
Give me a few minutes while we reset our broadcast.